She said, fine. And then, it's time. I wanna live with common people. Whatever common people do. Common people. Okay, that was not rated PG. I said, I'll see what I can do. I said, I'll see what I can do about that. It's 1 o'clock. We're going to start on time today. So Pulp will have to take a break. And we're going to get going. Okay, I mean, if you're watching the VOD on YouTube or something, you're like, what just happened? So there's music in the background, but now you don't have any music. I've been phenomenal. I've actually been really good. I have a little bit of status report updating to do. You can probably see the camera's a little bit different today. Bop, 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 bop. Making sure it's still working. And this is using a GoPro. And, I mean, it's just so much to report. So I'm going to try to net it out for you really quickly. As you can see from the room here, I'll show you my disaster of a room. As you can see from the room here, whoops. That's not the room. That's me frozen in time. Give me a sec. Just pause. All right, here. I know how to fix this. I can do it. Oh my God. Are you not going to work for me now? Apparently it's not going to work for me anymore. All right, well, back to the one I was at. Okay, here we are. Yay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Bottom line is, thanks for the follow. We are now doing. Did I not change the science and tech? I'm in just chatting still. Dang it. Bad Rob. All right, I changed the science and tech. I think we're going good. Make it to a SKILSTAK. Hey, how's it going, MBB? I mean, I don't know how much you want to hear about this, so I will just say, come to the IRL stream if you want to know. How's it going, Saber? What's up? If you want to know why everything's different, really the only significant thing to tell you that's related to you is that last week there was no boost. So we're still on week 6. The week before that, I've been informed that the YouTube video was truncated. So the export from Twitch didn't work. So I need to re-export last week, the last actual week, which would be week 5. And that annoys me. That really annoys me. In fact, yeah, Tecton Torque Wrench. Yeah. This screen is left over from me playing around with Tecton earlier. Tecton is a CI/CD technology for deploying software continuously, blah, blah, blah. And that's where the fishies are. But this is actually part of the news that I have. The biggest news of this week is that we have a new Boost, SKILSTAK Boost virtual machine that you can just download and run. And so we're going to do that today. That's not really, it wasn't really on the schedule, but it's really important that we do it. And I need to talk to you about it. So that should give you a sense of what's going to happen for the next 4 or 5 hours. We are going to be, of course, we'll be taking our breaks. And I got my electrolytes. It's what plants crave. Yeah, this is not coffee. This is electrolytes. Code Cloud, I don't like it. So, but that's a different question. So, okay, so let me tell you, the beginners who are here, how this works. If this is your first time to the Boost, right to video plays, first time to see it. No, let's not do that. Let's also not post links during the Boost. Okay, I know you're new and everything. If that video is, do we have mods in the room? Yeah, I'm gonna delete. I wish I could delete. Yeah, I'll just time you out for a bit. So, okay, so this, let me give you the general overview, because it sounds like we have a lot of new people here. All right, so this is how the Boost works. We're on week 5 or 6, and we are going to be going through content necessary for you to get a tech job in operations and security. The beginning stuff. It's meant to be a Boost. You can go read about it. Here's a Boost. If, and forgive me if you know all these things already, but it sounds like we had a lot of. I've been doing a lot of IRL streaming, so we picked up a lot of new subs and new people, members of our team here, of our little community, and I need to kind of catch them up because they may not have any idea what's going on. Because now I'm doing tech stuff again. To any of the IRL people that are watching from that community, I have kind of variety streaming these days, so I'm doing lots of different things. This is part of the original thing that I did at SKILSTAK, which is to stream content to help you learn tech skills to get a job and be empowered and that kind of thing. And so that you can go read about the booths there if you want to catch up. If you're just catching up, one of the reasons that we made the virtual machine that I just announced is so that anybody can dive in and they can start right where they are. They can have this exact system that I'm running right now, and I'm going to show you how to do that. It's very easy. It's all free, and it's using technology that is not broken. And I'll get into what I mean by that later. Spoiler alert, don't use VirtualBox. Okay, so that's the goal for today. And then by the end of the day, our goal should be, we should have everybody who wants to should have their own virtual machine running exactly what you see on my screen at home. And then you can decide how much you want to add to it, or you want to take away from it, how you want to change it, and all of that stuff. But you'll have a working virtual machine, and then you can go in and customize it however you want. Okay, so that is the goal. That's the primary goal for today. We might get more. We get past that. We might get past that. But okay, so we need to talk about this, and that means taking notes and stuff. I currently am kind of handicapped in my ability to take notes because of the virtual machine work I've been doing a lot recently. So I actually have to build up my own machine again, and we're going to go through some of that. But I would rather do it with you, and as we go along, we can kind of do that. So in terms of note taking and stuff, that's what's going to happen. All right. So first things first. If you have not already done so, everybody should go start to download. This is not what we're talking about today. Okay, so let's see here. This is my Tecton Boost environment. So I'm going to exit this. I'm going to exit this. I'm going to exit this. So you just have my old IRL work I was doing. Let's close that out. Yes, I'm on Windows. Anybody tell me in a sentence or less why I'm using Windows and not Linux on the desktop? Someone tell me why. Someone cover that, because I'm so tired of answering that question. Why am I using Windows and not Linux? Why am I using Windows and Mac and not Linux on my desktop? Someone try to answer that. Do we have enough people here to try to answer that? I want to see how you do it, because you're going to be very succinct in your answers. Because you'd use Windows at work. Okay, fastest answer is right there. Streaming OBS is better. Another good reason. Nobody said gaming, but that is a reason. Unless to replicate a typical user environment. Eggs, thank you so much. Users are not on fancy Linux distros, they're on Windows. All right, I have another question for everybody, if anybody wants to try to answer it for me. Also, why is your stuff not going? Oh, I have you turned off for a bit. Let me turn your chat back on. Because it's industry standard. Okay, now as much as you might not like the fact that Linux is not the industry standard. If I get this question a lot from Linux users who swear by it. Most of them usually are one of two things. They're not really one of two things. They're one of one thing. They're usually unemployed. And I don't say that to be mean. People that say, why don't you have Linux on the desktop, are almost always answering their own question. They're like, well, I can use it. I can use it anywhere. Yeah, fine. Until you want a job. And 90% of the jobs out there, it will be Windows or Mac only. And occasionally you'll get the opportunity, particularly in security, to use whatever you want, bring your own systems. We've had a lot of great people hiring people in our chat, by the way. We had some people who actually hired tech in our community, some of whom are here probably now lurking, and they've told us, they said, no, I let anybody use whatever they want. If you're one of those people, and I was at IBM for 15 years, I used Linux on the desktop, I know how to do it. I'm just choosing to use Windows, okay? So based on that, how are we going to get Linux? And this is kind of a rehash of the very first boost or so, but we have to rehash it because I found a serious problem. I lost 8 hours of work time to this problem, and that's hundreds of dollars to the problem that I'm about to tell you about in like one sentence or two. VirtualBox does not work. It's broken. It's broken in very, very significant ways. Nobody should use it anymore. I am so angry about VirtualBox at this point that I'm going to have to pull back on my passion and make sure to not use any swear words. I am so disappointed with the direction that VirtualBox has taken. They are tanking their environment. We had somebody inside of Oracle report that even Oracle, who owns VirtualBox, is not using it anymore and making plans to use other things. And this is all after I spent more than a full business day working on VirtualBox. I upgraded to VirtualBox. I clicked on the button that said upgrade. It upgraded me to 1.32 and everything collapsed. I like trying to run my virtual machines and everything. Not only did they collapse, they almost burned out my CPUs. My CPU fans came on and everything, and it was like it didn't know what to do. And all of a sudden, I had CPU looping errors that were like getting broadcast over my screen. And I was just trying to change tmux terminals. And I saw something, and it turns out there's this big long thread. There's this open issue on it, and I'm trying to not be techie about it, but if you want all the gory details, I'll save you from them. You can come to me and let me know. The bottom line is that the Oracle VirtualBox team is a fail. They are a massive, massive fail right now, and they don't even care. They've even come out and said, we are no longer supporting anything. There's no plans to support M1, and then we're now on M2 on the Mac because I have to use Fusion. Yes, because you have to use Fusion. And Fusion is what we're going to use now. All right. So yes, you've probably figured it out. We are going to the only professional. Unfortunately, VMware was recently bought by one of the most notorious Linux companies. There's a picture of Linus Torvalds flipping off the camera, and he's flipping off the company that bought VMware. So it's kind of a tumultuous time to be, in Linux virtualization or in general in Linux. There's lots of stuff going on there, but I just suffice it to say that VMware is the only professional supported product out there. Yes, you have to pay if you want Workstation. If you want QEMU is not, unfortunately, QEMU is not industry standard, and it's not deployed. It's not allowed for most companies to use it. If you can actually get QEMU to work for you, that's great. It's QEMU. QEMU uses libvirt, which uses KVM or Zen, and these are all great technologies. In fact, the entire cloud universe is built on Zen, which is virtualization for a hypervisor for Linux. So the Linux hypervisor, the Linux thing that makes it so you can play all these virtualization things, is Linux. And I'm looking forward to a day when QEMU is actually industry grade and has full professional support. At the place of my employment, my laptop, my Mac came with Fusion on it. VMware is standard in the enterprise and consistent with the goals of this boost and everything else to make your chance of using VMware at work is the highest possible chance, because your company's probably made a deal with VMware or they're letting you use it. And even if they don't, you can run one virtual machine at a time for free using VirtualBox. Okay, so it's important that you know those things so that we can go forward. Did I say VirtualBox? I meant VMware. So what do we do now? Okay, well, this is the first step. The first step is you need to get VMware, some sort of way to play a virtual machine, VMware, on your computer. And I'm going to show you the two ways to do that. The first way, and there's tons of videos all over the internet about this if you want to do it, but I'm just going to show you a way really quick. So you can go to just search for VMware Player. Again, this is all interactive, so I'm going to do everything you would be doing so that I hit any bugs that you would hit. So we're going to go to VMware, and you see the VMware is the first hit here. And I'm going to turn off dark mode. Sorry, apologize for that, but it's really horrible in dark mode, unfortunately. So this is VMware, multi-cloud environments, security partners, cloud infrastructure, requested demo of VMware virtualization. Let's go. I think you can, where is it? Resources? I don't remember seeing this before. Product downloads. All right, there we go. So product downloads. All right, so I've been a VMware customer for more than, I gotta watch out here because I don't want to log in and dox my key. That would be catastrophic. So what you're going to find here, you're going to go to their products page and you're going to look for VMware Player. I could probably provide a link to it. Let's keep going here. Networking and security, infrastructure as a service. Yeah. So yeah, and VMware works on a mini too. So let's go to VMware Workspace. VMware Fusion is if you have a Mac, you want VMware Fusion. And by the way, that works on M1, M2, and x86. And you can get Fusion for free. If you look around, I don't know where the links are. You can get VMware Fusion. Fusion is on an indefinite trial. So you can click on download trial, but right now it's on an indefinite trial because of the whole, Mac not running virtual machines thing. Yeah, I just picked the first thing I found. Yeah, VMware Fusion, you might want to try it. And that's now the standard. So, I mean, to be fair, a year ago when I was evaluating what we were going to do in 2022, and some of you will remember that, I was headed toward VMware. I was strongly suggesting VMware because it's used in production everywhere. It supports M1, M2. The only reason I didn't, I was kind of, badgered into submission by the community because it's not free. And they said, yeah, it is. You can run one for free. And I said, well, some of the stuff that we're going to want to do, we're going to want more than one virtual machine running at the same time. And so based on that, above all, I decided not to suggest VMware because VMware is free if you get the player. I'm just trying to find it. Where's the player? Player. I can't find it. That is not what I wanted. Okay. Plus the snapshot feature. Yeah, you don't have snapshot and you can't do multiple. Yeah. So there, and it has a horrible command line too. There it is. VMware Workstation Player 16.0 product binaries. Okay, that's what you want. It's above VM. I missed it. Thank you, everybody. So take some time to download that. When you get done downloading, thank you for the links. When you get done downloading it, please raise your hand in the chat so I can get kind of a sense of like who's got it downloaded and who hasn't. In the meantime, I'm going to talk about it a little bit. There's another thing you need to download as well. Hey, Safarik. You're going to need to go, and we only have 380 individual downloads on this. But if you go out, I created a VM, which is going to be improved. It has some needs, but it's a good start. And I spent all Father's Day doing this, even though we had the boost off. It's called Boost VM, and it's linked from the Boost page. If you go to the regular, /boost page, rwxrob/boost, you'll find it. But otherwise, you can go to the Boost VM. If you already have virtual machine software and you have an Ubuntu server image, you can actually install the entire setup script by running this, right? But that's not for everybody. Most of you don't have that. So what you need to do is click on the OVA file, and this will start a download of this file, the SKILSTAK v1.0.0 OVA. Okay, so those are the two files that we need to download today. And I'm actually going to take an early break and just talk about different things while y'all are doing this, because I really want to give you time to get it downloaded. I told you that this boost was going to be interactive. It would be I do it with you, and I do not want to proceed until everybody who's in this chat has a virtual VMware player installed. And if you have troubles, I want you to let us know. Okay. The reason that this boost is probably going to take closer to a year rather than like 4 weeks, hey Zeddy, is because we are doing everything together. This is an interactive sort of laboratory, workspace where we're working on stuff together. So if people have problems, you can post them in the Discord, but this year is the first year I want you to share your problems with us in real time right now so that we can help you get it working. And there's a lot of experts in the chat. Besides me, I'm not really an expert, but I'm at least, I am what I am. So I'll make myself bigger there so you can see my messy room. Single VMware we just reinstall. If we blow up our single VMware you just reinstall, yes. If something goes wrong with your image, you can make a new image, right? And I think Player lets you do that. Unfortunately, I can't test Player right now because I have Workstation. And if there are those of you who really want to commit to this path in the industry, you would be well served. I'm not getting any kickbacks from VMware. I kind of wish I was. But you would be well served to buy Workstation Pro, which I think is, what is it running these days? I got to be careful. I had to be really careful because I really don't want to dox my key, because then you'd get VMware Workstation for free. Whoever got the key first would be able to use my key. And I noticed that VMware does not obfuscate the keys at all. So if I do the wrong thing, I'm going to end up giving away my workstation. I'll end up being the raffle to the first person fast enough to get my key, and I'll have to buy another one. I'll chalk it up to that. It's just like one of the times when I'm really afraid of doxing a key. If I dox a key or a password in any other time, I can just change it and it's relatively safe, especially with two-factor. If you dox a product key, you're dead. That product is gone. You just burned it. Somebody's going to use it. So I'm being hyper paranoid about this one. Is it 200? Yeah, that's what I remember it being. The upgrades are like 60 or 80, and you don't always have to get them. They come up with upgrades about once every year. It is professional software. If you defer that cost over a year, it's not as much as you think. However, it is kind of annoying, but at the same time, it's production software. I mean, you get what you pay for. And you guys know I'm a FOSS guy. I believe in free and open source software, but I also don't believe that there's ever been anything really made well that was done for free, including Linux. The people that are making Linux, most of the people who are contributing to Linux are being paid crazy salaries to do so by companies that want Linux to succeed. And that is not happening for VMware. I'm sorry, for VirtualBox. VirtualBox is being deprecated by the company who owns it, who is notoriously bad at destroying software. Oracle is one of the worst companies on the planet. I took down the VirtualBox image. Zeddy, you're kind of late, it sounds like. Yeah, so this is, you want to download the player, and then you want to go to rwxrob.tv, and don't download. I know Frank's trying to help me out, but Frank has published the old image. I would not get that one. We used the VMware one we just did. It's one of the reasons. I mean, I appreciate when people help me and stuff like that, but when you do that, you're also kind of confusing the newbies. So, at least let me know. So the official source of the VMware image is github.com/rbxrob/boostvm. And the boost VM is right here. If you click on this OVA file, I guarantee you that link will always be to the right virtual machine, wherever it lives, right? I've just been notified we're going to get ads in 4 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and run the ads now since y'all are downloading things. That'll save us from ad time problems. So a decade ago, it seems like much more useful than that. Yeah. And, look, 100, what is it? 100, if it's $200, it's, roughly, what is it? Roughly 10, $20 a month. Currencies. Oh gosh. I'll be using Player after converting currencies. It will cost that much. I'll be using Player for now. Holy cow. Currency problems. Yes. And by the way, as I've said many, many, many times, I am not here to judge you if you are able to acquire this in other ways. You make your own decision based on your own circumstance, your own culture, your own economy. If you're like, for example, I'm just going to say it. And now, God knows I support VMware. I gave them my money every year. I am openly telling everybody to give VMware, and it's the best professional product right now. Right. But having said that, if you are a farmer in the Philippines, and I use this example all the time because there was a farmer in the Philippines who sent me a 2-page letter full of gratitude for helping them change their entire life because they were able to do this. So I use this example a lot. That farmer in the Philippines cannot pay $200 for VMware Workstation. But it is possible to get VMware illegally. But is it illegal if you're in a country that there's no law for that, and the exchange rate for your country makes it so you would have to pay $1,000 for it? I'm going to let you make an ethical call on that. And I would suspect that there are some people, even in the VMware Corporation, that were they aware of the circumstances of such individuals, they would do things to help them. They just don't know about them. So ethically, I am hands off. I am like, you make your own decisions. I'm not encouraging you to steal software that you can pay for. And it's particularly if you're in the United States or in a Western economy, obviously. But if you are someplace in the world where it's completely unrealistic for you to pay $200, that would be like your entire family's yearly salary, I'm going to let you make the decision. There is VMware Player for you, but I'm going to let you make that decision on your own. And, I'll let you make that decision. That's all I'm going to say. And, if VMware comes after me for telling people, that to do that, then, I'm sorry. I take it back. How's it going, Stuggalopoulos? A VMUG Advantage membership might be interesting for someone here to have a VMUG. I did not know about this. This is why we're doing this together. VMUG user group is the best way to gain technical skills. Oh my gosh. I'm going to join. I'm definitely going to join. That's only $200 a year? 360 evaluation licenses, training discounts. Oh my gosh. All right. So, I am a friend of VMware. I am not going to lie. I think it's important to say that the creator of Kubernetes was on the Tanzo project at VMware until last week when he announced his retirement, when it got bought by Broadcom. Yeah. So VMware is a great company. VMware is actually a company that I would work for. If you're going to do enterprise kinds of things, ESXi is some pretty amazing tech. It's not Zen, and but it is pretty. I wrote a lot. I did vSphere integration into BigFix at IBM. There's a lot of great people at VMware. Again, this is brought to you by VMware. No, I'm not. I don't even know anybody at the company. I'm just telling you that I've had really good success with VMware over time. The only annoyance I've ever had with VMware is that their command line is horrible unless you buy their ESXi product. And that makes scripting it very hard. But I wrote lots and lots of Perl code to integrate with ESXi for IBM. All right. So I feel, I'm kind of cathartically enjoying this moment because I knew this was the right way to go. And now we're going that direction, and we will only be going this direction in the future, unless, Zen and Kimu and everybody get to the level where their product, the software, is as good as VMware. We will only be using VMware. All right. The ads are coming. Sorry, I can't help it. So I'm going to take a break for 3 minutes, get up, walk around. Hopefully by the end of the break, everyone will have VMware Player, and they will have downloaded the 4 gigabyte OVA file that is listed here from BoostVM. All right. Install Windows Hyper-V. Yes, you can do that. Yes, you can do that. Also, Proxmox, if you have lab machines, is very yes. Yeah, Proxmox is awesome, but we don't have that. LBG, I think actually if we do a boost, LBG, can you hear me? You're a VIP, so did you get the ads? Yeah. I don't know if I should talk right now because I don't know how many people can hear me. Um, no ads there. Okay. I'm just curious why some people get them, some don't. Maybe you block or whatever. I just need to know whether I can talk during ads with you. No ads, the VIP. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, either blocking them or you're not getting hit with them. Yeah, I I can't. Twitch ads, at least they're giving us a way to manage it better. XCPNG is also good, yes. Het Tanis uses that. Het Tanis uses the XCP-NG. Yeah, those are all great, but they're also not for beginners, right? I get them once in a while, maybe 2-3 times a day. Okay, it's good to know. We have like another minute and a half. I'm trying to decide if we want the boost to be kind of like an annual cycle, and that we just keep doing it all year, and that we kind of break it up. So, and if we do that, I definitely want to put things like Proxmox on there. Creating your own virtualization lab. I could do that, or I could just let Het teach it, because Het does it so much better than me. And then people that want to do that stuff could go talk to Het Tanis, and they could. I would kind of like team stream with him. I kind of wish I could get partners so I could invite them to the team. I kind of do. I kind of want to have. I want to build my own team. If actually we got a few seconds left of ads there. If I actually do go for partner, it will be primarily so that I can build out one or more teams. And one of the teams I want to build out is operations, security and operations boost kind of things. And Het is, he's been teaching in college for years. So he's really the guy to go to learn about Proxmox and virtualization and stuff like that, and enterprise management. He's really been doing it for a long time, particularly Proxmox and XCP. So yeah, is XCP a Windows only thing? Also heard that Hyper-V got pretty good lately. It's Windows only. Yeah, somebody was just telling me that. Can you drop a link in the chat? Yes. SO Het Tanis. Het has a surprisingly low number of viewers given the quality of the stuff that he talks about. And I mean, after Het showed his setup, yes. I've thought about using XCP as well versus Proxmox. I think I remember Het telling us that XCP is only Windows. I can't remember that though. I think it might be. I mean, it was really, really easy to use. The UI on XCP is just amazing. And since you're already kind of writing off in case anyway, if you're a beginner and you're just watching this and you're confused, and can also install on Windows. Oh, nice. We're talking about software for managing multiple virtual machines. So I don't want anybody watching this to get scared or confused. We're talking about where it happens next. So right now you're learning how to do your very first virtual machine. But later, hopefully after the boost is over, you would want to move on and say, okay, now I want 5, 10, 15 virtual machines, and I want to make all these machines work together. And that is the technology we're talking about right now. And that's why I did a shout out for Het Tanis, who has multiple certifications and is a longtime professor and professional Linux group user who has been helping people build out their own home virtual labs so that they can try Red Hat and they can try this and they can try all these things, but particularly in a cloud environment. And he's been focusing really heavily on the Kubernetes certification recently. And since I've kind of let that pass for a while, he's got a lot of useful content. I cannot overly stress, when you see Het stream, you should go watch it. I mean, you really should, particularly if you're a beginner, because it will give you a lot of context. He's, obviously he's paid full time to do this kind of engineering and infrastructure work. Same work I do, by the way. I tend to get, Het and I kind of complement each other because he's really, really operations and logistics, and I always get pulled into development. So I'm operations and logistics, but what ends up happening is I usually get assigned the projects where I'm writing code to create things that don't exist. And which is, I just got tasked with, helping write an entire enterprise API in Go. And I'm on operations. I'm technically employed as a Kubernetes administrator, but because I got Go skills, we're going to be doing a lot of work on this API, and I'm super excited about it. But it's my Kubernetes skills are just going to be continuing to go down because as soon as they know I'm a coder, whenever I get on an operations team, I get assigned to do development work for operations. Which, by the way, people think if you want to be a developer, that you need to become a senior software engineer and you have to do lead code and do all that stuff. And the truth is, I have done more coding as an operations engineer than I ever did as a software developer. And it's way more fun because there's less stress. You're making everything work and stuff. And you end up being kind of a hero because there's not a lot of people who code in the operations teams. Usually there's supposed to be more now, but so, all right, enough talk, enough chatter. Hopefully that give you a sense of the industry, which is, again, one of the primary goals of these boosts, is to get a feel for what this culture and what this job is like, and not so much just all the technical stuff. All right, so as of this moment, you need to stop the video if you're watching a VOD if you do not have the following things installed. Okay, number one, you should have installed SKILSTAK VMware Player. Link was in the description here. Here we go. Or you have to have installed VMware Workstation Pro, and you can actually, I think you can do Pro for a 30-day trial if you wish. You cannot install Player and Workstation Professional on the same machine. VM for a few hours. Yes, his labs are open. So those two things, you have to make a choice there. I personally, the difference between Pro and Basic, I don't know. I didn't know they had a Pro and a Basic. I just have Pro. No, they just have Pro. VMware Workstation Pro. There's Workstation Player and there's Workstation Pro. So you should either have VMware Workstation Pro 16, and you can use it on trial for 30 days if you want, and which lets you do snapshots and multiple VMs, etc. Or you can just download the player, and then you can only run one virtual machine at a time, and you cannot do snapshots, which kind of defeats the purpose of a virtual machine. The only reason for that is if you wanted to try something out like we're doing for the boost. It's actually perfect for the boost, though, because we're not going to need anything more than just one running at a time. So those are the two. One of those two you should have already downloaded by now. All right. So, and the next thing you need to download, I'm going to regroup, is this OVA file. So what is an OVA file? Let's talk about that a bit. An OVA file, I have one up here in the corner. Does the boost start VM just set up config files, essentially download tools? Yep. They're all on it automatically. Hell who. I'm about to show you that. So that's a good question. Okay. So, an OVA file, it says type virtualization form. This, by the way, it works on Mac as well. Distribution package size 3.87 gigabytes. I know that's big. I think it might be because it has a snapshot in it, but I'm not sure of that. Anyway, that's not that big. It's bigger than a Docker image. The workstation space and Docker image that I had was 2 gigabytes. There is no place to wget it. Nope. No. There's no place to wget it. We talk. If you have a better idea about where to put it, let me know. I've considered putting it up on a server of my own, but that means I would have to maintain the security for that server. And right now, this is just a Google Desk download. And we had it up. People have been suggesting all kinds of places to host it. We've even talked about maybe seeding a torrent. And please make sure you have the right one, though. This is a good way to Trojan software. So if someone claims, and this is the only approved link right now. Yeah. wget would be downloading it. So yeah. But again, we're assuming you have Windows. You're done installing VMware? Nice. Thank you for that. Okay. Letting me know. Yes, please let me know. When you do finish things, please feel free to broadcast them in the chat for everybody to see. It's kind of fun. It encourages everybody, and it kind of gives me a sense of where you are. I can't walk around the room and see where you are. That's what I would be doing if you were in a class with me. Um, so the goal is to get it installed. Okay, I'm going to proceed to the next step. Okay, so continue to let us know when you get things set up. You downloaded VMware. Should probably add the checksum. Yeah, I know. And a GPG signature. I know. We had it. We have a checksum. I haven't done the checksum yet. I will do that going forward. OVA file has 2 minutes left. It's a pretty big one. It is. It's like 4 gigabytes. So while that's downloading, I'm going to go ahead and show you what happens when you start it up. Okay. So when you double click on this OVA file, there's Frank. Frank has been helping us. Frank, that's not the same one. Frank, you didn't copy it. You didn't get the updated one. You didn't get the updated one. You still have the old one. So yeah, you don't have the one that was made for. Did you update it to have the VMware one? I was just talking to people about that. I didn't change the version number because I deleted the other one, and I know you have that one from that you posted to Discord. Before you download 10x Programmer's copy, we're gonna do the SHA for authentication. Oh, it is the second one. Oh, okay. Thank you, Frank. And I have not verified the checksum yet. Yep, I have not verified the checksum. If you want me to take boost time away and verify the checksum right now, I can. I know that some people are worried that, to be fair, the reason people are asking, what is a checksum? All right, there's somebody out there saying, what is a checksum? So let's talk about that. A checksum is a mathematical process that happens against a file, a binary file of any kind, any file really. And what it does, I should probably just do this one right here. Is there any Windows software? I wonder if Git Bash has it. I bet it does. So what it does is it gives you a key, a number that is more or less mathematically impossible to fake. And it's kind of like a unique signature on the file to prove that the file hasn't been messed with, that it didn't get corrupted while it was downloaded, that something didn't happen to it, that indeed somebody hasn't put it up on a website and you download it from the wrong site, or somebody's attacked you with man in the middle. Generally speaking, when you download files off the internet, you should check the SHA. People don't normally do that. It's a little bit to do that. A lot of you don't know how to do that yet. And one of the reasons I'm not overly emphasizing it at the moment is because of that. But after we get through this, we should probably go do that. I don't know. I mean, this is one of those chicken and the egg situations. Get file hash file in PowerShell. See, but they don't know PowerShell. They don't know the command line. They don't know what SSH 256 checksums are. We're dealing with absolute beginners who've never even seen any of this stuff before. So I'm kind of at a loss for what to tell them, other than eventually you'll want to check the checksums of everything once you understand the command line enough to do that. I feel like it's jumping ahead, cart before the horse kind of thing, for us to actually go through the checksum validation at this stage in the boost process, even though I hate to say it, it's unfortunate because you should really be doing it. You got the OVA? All right. So if you don't know how to check a checksum, I don't want you to be afraid, okay? I just want you to be aware of it so that going forward, you can start checking these checksums out. For the most part, if you are downloading it from a trusted URL that has HTTPS in the name, then you could do that. Yeah. So yeah, and this is the kind of thing you can learn, but I don't want to go into that right now. Okay. I will definitely put a checksum up there, but I'm a little afraid if I put a checksum file up there that Colonel Maldonado saying you're doing research. VMware done, 2 hours left on the boost machine. Oh my gosh. It's going to take that long. Yeah. I mean, it's all compressed too. It's as compressed as we could get it. I mean, it would be either that or you would be installing. Okay, so another thing you could do is you could run the setup script you could run this on a system of your own. So that's a third option. If you wanted to download Ubuntu server, which, you know, it kind of makes me angry that they don't let you download the VM. See, there, if you do manual, this is a third option. You can download Ubuntu server, which is relatively small. It's smaller than mine, but it's not set up. And then you'd have to go through all of the setup steps for Ubuntu server if you prefer to do that. And then after you do all of that, you can just run this program from the command line on your Ubuntu server. So if that's your preference, maybe you already have you know, your virtual server, you can run that, and you can look through the script. You can read the script here and see what it does. The run script just does, it calls the setup against, and it just redirects into a log, a setup.log file. And then we do that for VBox. Yes, we did exactly that for VBox. Yeah. In fact, if you might be able to get your VirtualBox image to run under VMware Player. I don't know how to do that. It should be the same though. You should be able to export or import it. But suffice it to say, and I do apologize, but it's out of my control. If I had known that VirtualBox was as broken as it is, I never would have used it. And on the first or second day, we would have done VMware instead, and y'all would be fine. You can redo that, all of those steps for VMware. Absolutely. If you actually, it might be a good example. That might be some good homework for y'all. If you would prefer to go through all of the same steps, that he can't verify it because I have never done a checksum on it. Yeah. Do you guys really want me to do the checksum right now? Because I will. Yeah. The VM still works in VirtualBox though. Yes. The VM does work in VirtualBox, but as soon as you click on upgrade VirtualBox, it'll stop working and it will fry your CPU. So I can't suggest in good faith that you use it anymore. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have some 256 on here. What is the PowerShell equivalent? Somebody said it already. I guess we're going to do this because so many people want to see it. We'll just keep going as long as it takes. Where is the PowerShell equivalent? I'm not on PowerShell. I'm on CMD. I'm Command Bash, but I don't do PowerShell. I don't even think this will work. Nope. I have to fire up a new terminal. We need to fire up a new PowerShell terminal. PowerShell is not included in any of this, and I'm not a huge fan. But you have to learn it if you're going to do security, so you might as well do it. So, fried CPU's edible. Get file hash SKILSTAK OVA. Yeah. I mean, it'll still work, but yeah. Okay, if you want to know, if you haven't activated your Hyper-V in your Windows, you're supposed to be okay with upgrading VirtualBox, but I have found that not to be true. There you go. There's the hash. Now Frank can be happy. All right, so if you know how to validate the hashes as you download them, that's what you can do. And I will actually go update that on the webpage since everybody's so insistent. And I think that's a good thing. I'm glad I got people here to help with this. Where should we put it? Should we put it in the README? So, yeah, and that is the same one that you had, Zeddy. So that's confirmed. You know what? It's because we got so many security people here. Okay. I'll put here for those who know what SHA-256 some is and how to validate it. Here is the checksum. Yep. There we go. See, I had to put the caveat there because I don't want to worry about it. Able to use this to validate that a file is the authentic original and not been tampered with in transit or put on a phishing server to hack you. How's that? Does that cover it? Add checksum. What changes? Did I have a typo? Damn. For those who don't know what the is, what a checksum is. Don't worry about it for now. How about that? Correct typo. We still have so much to cover. We're going to keep going, though. One step at a time. We'll cover it. So there's your checksum. I'm not going to tell you how to check the checksum because that depends on you. There's like a million pieces of software to do. By the way, if there's anybody, hey Jib, if does anybody have a favorite graphical, I know you can't believe I'm saying this, way to check a checksum on a file that would be beginner friendly? I think we should just teach them the PowerShell command and go forward. But we don't need it right now. All right, so we spent a lot of time on this, and how far are we into it? What time is it? It is 1:01. Okay, so we're going until 5. So we have a few hours left to do this. 7-zip does it automatically. Very nice. This is great. This is why y'all are here. I love having you. Workspace for Mac? Yes, there is. VMware Fusion. For Mac, it's called VMware Fusion. Yeah, it's workstation, by the way. So, yeah, for Mac, it's called VMware Fusion. I should have said that. Yeah, VMware Fusion, and I have a copy of that too. I have a license for that, which I use all the time, actually. Fusion 12, I think, is the latest. However, make sure you download the trial version for Mac, because if you have an M1 Mac, I think it's free. Somebody was telling me that it's hard to find, but there's an indefinite trial period on the VMware Fusion because of the whole M1 fiasco. In case you're a beginner, you don't know what that means. Mac came out with a new computer with a chip called M1, which uses ARM technology, which is the same thing your phone uses, but that's not the same as most computers have been using forever. And it's nice, it's fast and everything. They just came out with an M2. The problem is that when you're pretending to be a computer, a virtual machine, that you have to know how to pretend to be that kind of computer on the existing underlying chip. So this is why VirtualBox came very publicly, made a press release saying we will never support Macs ever again. It's another reason we're not using VirtualBox anymore. And we know from people who work at Oracle, who are anonymous and in our community, that there's an active effort inside of the company to get off of their system, to get off of VirtualBox within the company. So that just shows you the death knell. VirtualBox is dead. And there's so many production infrastructure deployments that use VirtualBox. It's really going to be interesting. So why do you care? Because VMware Fusion is the professional product that Apple actually collaborated with to make sure that when they came out with the M1 that they would have some way to run virtualization on their platform. And it's been very successful so far. So to the point where they've made it free. And I don't know how to get it for free. I haven't done it yet, but many people in the chat have told us. Did you find the free Mac version? Look at you, ZQ. I told you, our community is the best. I can't even tell you where that link is. The Mac free version. I'm going to put this link on the downloads page right now, like right now. Yeah, I'm going to put it on our downloads page because I want to tell people where to get it. I actually need to put, we need to do some other stuff here first. Get started. We'll go to the first list of machine. Wait, what? This stuff's get running as fast as possible. Okay, so let's do this. Let's say, download one of the following depending on your situation. Okay. So I mean, let's do this. Okay, so you could say VMware player. You guys are downloading stuff too still, right? Yeah, everybody's. Thank you. Oh, you got it running. All right, nice. Download VMware player. And I told you it was going to take a long time today, everybody. That's what's so, you know. Okay, let's see. Let's say install, how about this? Install a VMware player of some kind. So you could say VMware Fusion and you could do, is that only the ARM one? VMware Fusion Public Tech Preview. Interesting. Okay. You get the VMware player with Pro, but can run parallel. So if you have to trial, use that for when it expires, can use the player with your VMs. Oh, I didn't know that. All right. So, VMware Workstation Pro trial. And does anybody have a link to that? I think I found it. Player 16. Product Workstation. Oh, wait. This is player. Product ID. Okay, here it is. Workstation player. And I guess we'll let people decide whether they want to buy it or not. Yeah. And I'm writing, I know. I mean, we might as well do this right now because you guys are downloading stuff, so. Workstation, VMware for the Mac. You're going to want this on your system anyway, so it's worth all of the time to do this. So much of our world's going to be revolving around this virtualization, so it's good to get it all going. And this is supposed to be an interactive lab where we're all doing everything together. So you don't have to commit more than these 5 hours a week, which is why I'm kind of going slowly on this, because you really need to get this stuff downloaded. I wish I had been able to communicate somehow in advance to go download all this stuff, but I don't feel like it's wasted time today to do this. All right, so VMware Workstation Pro. Without messing with settings. Yes, isn't that nice? Did you see that it's bridged by default? Yeah, I made it bridged by default. That's one of the reasons I wanted you to get the VMware one. Because I'm going to actually put this link in here as well. Okay, so you might also consider joining your local vmug. All right. Okay, so download, let's see, setup, SKILSTAK, boost, VM OVA file. Okay. We need to get the Workstation Pro link. You can join as guests and then upgrade later. That's cool. Okay, let's go over here. I got a link to that now. You can download the server if you want to go that route, but we are not doing that. Workstation Pro, that's what I have for Windows. Wait, what? Pro 16, make sure you get 16. Why are you not here? Product binaries. I not see. What the hell? I can't find the link. I am clicking the search button. Wait, what? I was pushing enter and it was not doing the same thing. That is weird. That is very weird. Okay. That's why I'm doing it with you, so you can see my mistakes. So, product binaries, workstation for Windows. This is it. This is the one. I'll probably have to update those links, but over time, but whatever. I feel so weird editing Markdown with the graphic editor. Download all of this. I'll get this password. Validate optionally. Optional. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I can make this into a link. How about that? Check some validation. How about that? Let's save that. Yay. It's not being, none of this is getting signed, but oh well. Oh, it's all right, whatever. VMware Workstation free, trial free. All right. I feel like we're making progress here. Stefan, how are you? You found it. You found a link. That looks like a better link. That's the one you picked? Oh, for Windows. Oh, wow. It's a much better link. That is a much better link. Let's use that instead. I like your link better. All right. Does anybody have any suggestions on better links? Workstation Pro. Oops, wrong one. Yep. I'm using my mouse, people. Which isn't very common. I'm just saying. I'm also sucking at it. I need to play more shooter games. True story. When I play shooter games, like even Overwatch, it makes me a much better mouse user. Like when I code. I know. It doesn't make sense, but I'm telling you, it's the truth. Yeah. Play video games will make you a better coder. Don't try the workstation for Linux if you're running Secure Boot. You have extra work. Oh, yeah, you will. Yeah. Yes. Ion M1. Most accurate clicks. OSU. Players have the most. They really do. I think they do. Yeah. No Pentium. Look, you guys can do a pull request and update the links. You know how to do that? If you don't, that'll be great. You can get contributor credits on the VM boost. Yeah, go for it. HTML with Diva. Shut up. Are you talking about my bomb? I got a quick kill. Yeah, it was a cheating. Okay, so anyway, update. Yeah, my Diva aim is horrible. That's why I like her, because she can just like shoot all over, and I blame something that's not my fault. Commit. What am I doing here? Update. Download link. Has everybody got their VM? I don't want to rush everybody, so I'm kind of being lazy and slow here because I want everybody to feel comfortable with their VMware Player installation before we move on. That is the primary goal for the day. So if anybody is stuck on anything and they can't figure it out, or now is the time to speak up so we can get you some help on this. Of course, there's always the Discord. Hey, Sanjo. There's always a Discord so that you can do that. And there's a number of places in the Discord you can talk about that kind of stuff. I have not tried to set up VM yet. Okay. So I haven't showed anybody how to do the VM. So if you got everything downloaded, we're going to move on. Okay. Again, if you're still downloading, please don't panic. Okay. You're fine to go ahead and just download. I'm going to turn my terminal off for a bit. Okay. So I downloaded to my desktop here. If it's not here, it's in your downloads or whatever. I mean, I assume you know how to do that stuff. If you don't know how to download software, you probably need to know that first. Have your local family member or friend show you how to do that. There are people that I have helped mentor who do not know things like how to download software and install packages and stuff like that. Believe it or not, I've worked with people who had a problem turning a machine off, and I've worked with people who did not know how to move Windows around. Unfortunately, we are assuming you know that stuff at this point. So if you need help with those skills, that would be maybe a community college or a friend or a family member could help teach you the really basics of computer operation. You're rebooting to get your hypervisor? Okay. Yeah, some of you will have to reboot. That's a good reminder. If you chose to do the install hypervisor thing, Hyper-V, then you probably will want to reboot for that. And it's Windows. Windows wants you to reboot for everything, unfortunately. However, once you get it set up, or insert exit VI joke here, yes. So I feel like we've made a lot of progress here. So what's next? What's next? Let me make sure I don't have an ad coming up anytime soon. Okay, so for the next 19 minutes, we have 19 minutes till the next ad. Uh, and that is why I had to reboot. And some of you do have to reboot because of Hyper-V. Hyper-V is a kernel level modification. When I say kernel, I'm talking about the Windows kernel in that case. And it's technology that allows your virtual machines to be super fast because they have kind of like in the old days where you remember when nobody remembers this. Does anybody old enough to remember when 3D came out and it was software? Raise your hand. Kind of a fun subversion. Does anybody remember playing 3D games like Doom that used ray tracing and software emulation and they did not use GPU acceleration because it didn't exist? That's how old I am. Yeah. Yeah, Kaffel Wolfenstein. Nobody. There's a couple out there, a couple old timers willing to admit it. So this is the same thing. Okay. So what happened was, VMware came out a long time ago. Lemmings on C. Oh yes. So, and back then, all video games were software. The software had to run on your CPU, and it took a long time. Games just started from DOS prompts, yes, and then Doom was popular. Surprise, surprise. And you remember? Nice. I like that you remember. You played Doom? Oh my gosh. Okay, so believe it or not, this has a parallel to what has happened to virtualization. So, taking down Nazis, yes. So, virtualization is the same thing. When those games came out, the 3D games, they use really complex, amazing software, by the way. Doom, you might not know this, but Doom is actually a 2D game. Yep, fight me. Doom is actually a 2D game. The original Doom is a 2D game that uses ray tracing in order to produce what you see, but you're actually playing a 2D game. There's no third dimension. Nothing is ever going up or down. It looks like it, and they trick you a lot, but it's actually not. Thank you for that sub. Single pixel flashing was a highlight. Oh yeah. And it was a good time, but what does it have to do with virtualization? Okay. So back then everything was software, and it took people emulating things with like ray tracing and Doom for software for them to go, we can do better than this. So who can tell me the difference between Quake and Doom? What is the most substantial, besides the gameplay, what is the most substantial architectural detail that's different between Quake and Doom? I think I got this right. I hope I got this right. I'm making a big deal about it. Looking up and down, right? So Quake was truly 3D. You could shoot up at things. Bullets would go up. You could be on multiple levels. And the systems it was on, right? And if I remember right, Quake was one of the first games, if not the first game, to use 3D rendering. So it actually used 3D modeling, and when you shot a bullet up, it actually went up. You just do the rocket jumping. And eventually, Quake became, I think, one of the first, if I remember right, the first GPU accelerated game. And the reason it became so popular is it was the first, first-person shooter that would really, really hit big, that used DirectX, which was a technology innovated, as I understand it, by Microsoft. I could have that wrong. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. And so to this day, Microsoft has by far the best 3D of any machine or platform out there. And they invented the standard, and then of course they got taken over, and people started saying, hey, we could make GPUs better. And that was the dawn of the GPU era. And then everything was hardware accelerated. And that is the segue into VirtualBox and virtual VMware and stuff like that, and Hyper-V. So if you're wondering, why did it say I have to have Hyper-V on my system? Because Hyper-V, when virtualization came out, the first time it came out, it was like Doom. Everybody had a pretend computer, but it was slow. Oh my gosh, it was slow. You would never use it. VMware actually didn't invent it, but they were the first one to get all the credit and money for it. Duke Nukem, yeah, that was a good one too. I think that was, yeah. So VMware gets all the credit and money for, and to this day, they're still the leading, desktop virtualization product out there. But virtualization has gone on to do lots of other things, including, cloud, Amazon, and all that stuff. It's all based on the same technology, just for servers, not for a workstation that you're sitting in front of. Accelerated mean. Okay, so what does accelerated actually mean? It just means that the critical math that has to happen that takes really intense computational power moved from the CPU into hardware, and it was no longer in software that was running on the CPU. It was now hard-coded as assembly code and hardware that was inside of the chips. So the thing that makes the GPU chips so powerfully amazing, the reason that if you see some of the games today, the level, every single one of those pixels, when it's doing something like fog or something like that, has to be mathematically calculated. And you know how hot and heavy those GPUs are. And that's because the hardware to render all of that stuff is like firmware. It's now firmly, embedded inside of the chips in those GPUs. I'm just taking liberties with this description a lot to try to help the beginners, but that's what's happening. So you can say that hardware is doing that instead of software, and that's a real stretch because there's still software. It's just really, really low level software. It's like firmware and chips and stuff like that. So, and I don't know if you notice this, but like when they come out with a new GPU, they'll make a big deal and they'll say, this GPU does hair, right? And the reason they'll say that is that they'll add something in the hardware that does the really intense mathematics for hair. I remember when hair came out, it was a big thing. Witcher came out. Remember that? And so, those, and then they added like soft body. Anybody remember that? They added soft body. That's like, the fat on an elephant, wobbling around. And that became hardware. That meant the game manufacturers could now add those things to their games without having it have to be software emulated. And they kept going and going and going. And the technology for doing the virtualization in the GPU became so powerful and so good at all those different mathematical calculations that eventually the crypto people got a hold of it. And they're like, you know what? We can do this for machine learning and other things. So because the hardware is so fine-tuned to these really, really crazy high number of operations, mathematical operations. And that's where we get the entire ML movement and GPU and everything. And that's why GPUs are far more important than CPUs these days, because they've been architected to do really, really, really intensive mathematical calculations. So that's why they're so expensive. And well, what does this have to do with VMware hypervisor? Okay, so that revolution, until HC 4000, that revolution that happened. I mean, the CPU is there. The CPU people are trying to catch up, right? And the CPU is kind of the brain of your computer. The RAM's kind of the memory, and it is the memory. And then, you got storage, disk drives where stuff gets stored. And I'm just recapping for those who don't know. So if you've got, so that hypervisor is a hardware firmware implementation of the stuff that has to be done really fast to make it so you have a pretend computer, you have a virtual machine. And so Hyper-V, a hypervisor, there's a type 1 and a type 2. Type 1 hypervisor is a type 1 is software, right? I get it mixed up because I'm dyslexic. Type 1 hypervisor, and VMware provides both. And when they first came out with VMware, the hypervisor was entirely software. So it was type 2, I believe. I forget them all the time. Just in between two hypervisors. No, I don't want to see that. Type 2, okay, there we go. Type 1 runs on bare metal, and type 2 runs on top of an operating system. All right, so, and that type 2 it runs on software. It's operating system software, but it's in the software. And VMware has had a type 2 and a type 1 for a long time. Hyper-V is something in the firmware of computers that support Windows that have Hyper-V. Hyper-V is actually a Windows thing that has to be enabled in the BIOS. So it, how do I say this easily? It's you have to enable it in your board. Your board has to have it. Your computer has to have it. And then you can turn it on. And if you have it on, then that tells the operating system, in the case of Hyper-V Windows, that, oh, I have this hardware that can do all this. So I can use a type 1. And so when you install VMware with Hyper-V, which it asks to do, it's because it wants to use the bare metal, super fast, kind of like Quake versus Doom. It wants to use the Quake version of virtualization, which uses all the hardware and super fast. And that makes it really, really fast. And if anybody's old enough as a Type 3 hypervisor, never heard about him. Hey, Dennis, I would love to hear somebody give us a sense of what the Type 3 is about. But so this is not beginner stuff, but I have to explain it. So when it says, when VMware, which is really good at prompting you for the best defaults, says, do you want to install Hyper-V? If so, you're going to reboot. It's going to go through those changes for you, and it's going to make your VM even faster. If you were using a graphic virtual machine like Kali or something like that, that would matter even more, and they have things called GPU pass-through in VMware, which will allow you to do 3D games and stuff like that using your hardware without it getting emulated by software. You can tell the difference. If you play any kind of game under software emulation, you'll immediately shut it down and go away. But the VMware, actually in 2013, I bought Workstation because on my Linux desktop, I was able to run any PC game without any performance degradation because it had GPU pass-through. And I think that's changed and stuff, but that's a different thing. That's not Type 1. I told you today was going to be a lot about virtual machines and everything, and so I feel like it's appropriate for me to keep jabbering on about it. All right, let's. So yeah, and they had that in 2013. We had to do that because we had Linux on the desktop. Because at the time I was like, no, I'm just putting Linux on the desktop. I'm not using Windows. Mostly because I wanted to automate the whole entire lab using SSH, and that's virtually impossible with Windows. It makes a lot of sense to have Linux on your lab machines. Hey, and so I was like, oh no, GameMaker. You guys know GameMaker Pro? I had like 15 licenses at one point. GameMaker Pro is a really great tool for teaching how to do 2D game development, especially to really young beginners. It's how I got into teaching at the community college. I was teaching those summer camps, and we couldn't do it. We couldn't teach it because we didn't have Windows, and so we ran VMware, and we put it on there, and we could do that. It lives in the layers between physical hardware and operating system. Really? Oh, that's super interesting, Dennis. I got to read about that. Our dog is happy about something. It's probably the Amazon delivery person. All right, let's go to the next step. Hey, dog, quiet. All right, sorry. So we've got our OVA now, and we need to run it, right? Now, if you've done everything well, if you've done it the right way, you should be able to just click on it. You should be able to just double click on the OVA file and have it ask you what to do. So in my case, it's going to start VMware Workstation, and it says, do you want a new name for your virtual machine? This is one of the things I really like about OVAs. You can store that OVA. So let's say you want to have different virtual machines for different reasons. For example, I made a new virtual machine to play around with Tecton at work last week. And I double-clicked the OVA like that. It's on my desktop. And I just gave it a new name, and it made a brand new one. So every time you double-click on an OVA file, a single file, you can make a new virtual machine. And then you can save that virtual machine along with all your other ones, etc. We're going to have ads in 4 minutes. So let's go ahead and finish this. So name for the new virtual machine. I'll say, we do Boost. It's already called Boost. It's going to be Boost at Boost. Hey, Sad Polsky. So let's do Boost. And we're actually going to call it, I guess we could call it week 5. What if we did that? What if we call it week, is it week 5 or 6? It's week 6, right? Week 6. And I mean, you might not want to do this because you have to update it all the time. I'll just call it Boost. How about that? Boost at Boost. I already have a SKILSTAK, I think. Oh, let's leave it. If I don't have a skill stack, we'll leave it as skills. And it tells you where it's going to store the files and everything. And then we're going to click on import. The path already exists. Okay. Well, how about that? How about I do skill stack 2? Yeah. Actually, no, the other one is that's the one I've been making. I have to remember all this. What do we call it? What should we call it? Week 6. We'll call it week 6. Import. Alrighty. You don't have a boost VM. Yeah. If you, it depends on what VM. Did you import the VM from before? You should be able to do that. Yeah, we had some people test it, but I didn't want to commit to that until I got a few more people. If you wanted to get your VM to run in VMware that you already had, yeah, you can fire up Player or Workstation, and you can go find it, and you can import the other one. Yeah, it can be done. I just want to show this main way of doing it, and then we can potentially show you how to import the old OVA. I deleted mine, so because I was just so mad. I cannot believe that VirtualBox did not cover all that stuff. It made me so angry. There's people that are in the chat right now that were watching it, and I was like throwing all these CPUs. In fact, they're the ones who found the issue. They found all the issue. Yeah. So, not a fan of that. Anyway, there are no open virtual machines. So this is the thing. One of the things I like most about VMware is it actually has a dark mode. So VMware has a dark mode. VirtualBox doesn't. So thank God for that. It gives you a sense of all your memory and everything. 4 gigabytes of memory. Be wary of how much memory you give it. If you know that you're only going to be running one virtual machine at a time, you're not going to do anything else on that computer, you can actually be pretty generous with the CPUs and memory if you know that you're not going to be doing something else, or you're going to turn it off. So like sometimes I'll crank the memory all the way up to 8 gigabytes, and processors I got like 8 or so. So I'll cross the processors all the way up to 4 or 5, because I know when I'm running my VMware workstation, I'm not also trying to run a game or run another VM or something. And that's kind of nice because it makes things faster and snappier. 20 gig hard drive. And the OVA file in VirtualBox as well without problems. Your host system is Linux, yeah. I can't guarantee that'll work for everybody, but I remember you testing it for us. Thank you, Frank. It is something that I do like about the VMware versions of OVA is I can actually hard code that it's a bridged adapter. I think that did work in VirtualBox as well. So that means that you don't have to go in here and change that between NAT and bridged. And that means that your virtual machine is just like any other computer on your Wi-Fi network at home, right? It's as if you just turned it on and joined the home Wi-Fi, and it's not like it's hidden away, and that's what NAT does. NAT hides it away for a good reason, but for this boost, we just want to make it look like any other computer on your network. Keep in mind that anybody who has access to your home network will be able to log into this computer from that network while this is running. Because it's there's no security on it at all. It doesn't display on the router. It actually should display on your router. If you go to the router and you say if you say add specific, if you want to make sure the IP is the same every time, you can do that. Everybody's different. I can't show you mine, but if you know how to go to your router, you can go add a reserved DHCP address. If you click on add, and then you can go in there and say, I want this IP to be the same every time. Otherwise, you have to go look it up every time. Something else I wanted to notice here is that I've removed some of the unnecessary devices. Okay. I think there were a sound card and some other things that I deleted just to keep it simpler. I did put a little bit of a description here, which you can change. If you want to change the description to be your description, week 6 of the SKILSTAK beginner boost. Side channel you are running a virtual machine with side channel mitigations enabled. Is that a problem? I don't know what that means. I have a typo right here. I have to fix that right now. Sorry. Okay, so back to our virtual machine. So you can actually update the description if you want. If you want to have like multiple of them around, that might be a thing to do. And for the sake of repetition during the boost, it might be a good idea for you to make a new one for each week. I know you're going to think it's like boring. Why am I doing it over again? But if you go through the process of setting up your virtual machine by taking an OVA file and making one for every week, by the time the boost is done, you'll be so good at setting up your system through the repetition that you'll remember it all. If you continue to build onto what you've been building every week, you'll get the problem that I see people have all the time with Free Code Camp is they pass the next level, but they don't remember what they did to get there because they didn't repeat those steps at any point. They just kept doing it. It's always, so it seems like a waste of time to go through it all again. But during the learning process, I think firing up a new virtual machine from scratch every time and then learning how to use git clone and those kind of things, which we'll do today, are the way to go. Okay, so we've got this thing now. Let's go ahead and power it on. I'm being very verbose. I've also been talking during the ads. We have 56 seconds left of ads. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm gonna take a minute break and then we'll go get ads. We'll get after the ad is done. We'll do a thing. I've been talking during the ad just now too. I'll be right back. All right. Okie dokie doke. Network didn't work for me until I started DHC client. If you're using virtual machines, that might be a thing. Yeah. Some subsidized commercial classes as well. These exciting ads. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. If you've got anybody who's got free education, please post it. IT Academy free classes. This is awesome. This is great. Thank you for posting that. I can't vouch for the content necessarily, but I definitely like hearing about other free educational materials. There's lots of great stuff out there. All right. So, and again, I consider this more of a co-learning community. So, you know, I have no qualms with people sharing other places to learn things. OSCP, by the way, is offering their own course. I tried to sit through a couple of their lessons and I could not do it. I had too many problems with what they were doing and how they were doing it. But if that might be something that somebody else might want, from the beginning when they said to use locate instead of find, I kind of was gone after that. But it's all free. It's all free. So, you know, you can combine all those things together and do something interesting. Let's start it up. Let's start up our thing. So we've got, how much time we got? It's 2:30. So we're about halfway through. Let's go ahead and click on power up this virtual machine. So we get VMware. It was not up to the mark. I was kind of disappointed, actually. I know. I mean, I want to really be able to get behind OSCP. I like their certificates and everything, but I just could not deal. I couldn't sit through it. I was like, look, my stuff's boring enough, you know. It's like, but I like it when people are doing things interact. So we have a SKILSTAK login. Now, this is a little bit misleading. looks like the OVA also includes the ISO. Yes, it does. The ISO is built in. And this is something I learned last week. The difference between an OVA and an OVF is that OVF separates out the disc, as far as I know. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. And the OVA is how you do it. And by the way, you know how you make them? This is really crazy. If you want to make one with VMware Workstation, you go over here and you go under, where is it? If you want to make your own, you just get it all ready the way you want it. And then you go, I want to say export. There it is. Export to OVF, right? It's for some reason it's not possible on this one because this was built from an OVA probably. But you do export to OVF, and the only thing you do is you make the extension .ova instead of OVF. That's it. Somebody told me about that, and I was like, why isn't that documented anywhere? And ever since then, you get a single file instead of two. Yeah, I'm not a Cybermentor fan at all. A lot of people love him though, but not me. Yep, but he does teach it from scratch. Everybody's got a different mentor. I don't want Cybermentor. If you're watching this, great human being. It's great, just not my thing. Everybody's got a different take, and that's what's so great is we can find mentors that you respond to, and not everybody's obviously going to like what I do. So SKILSTAK login. So the reason I'm going to log in this first time, and by the way, this is another reason to use VMware. You can full screen and have it not be dumb. So there's like you can see free stretch. You can do free stretching. Oh wait, it just gets all of the terminal stuff so much better. Let me see. Where's another one? Yeah, there we go. So it's one of my favorite things about VMware. In fact, when I was trying to use VirtualBox, I was like, do I really have to use this? Look at that. It gets you some nice stretch, I've used method of explanation. There's so many people who have different methods. And please share your favorite. Share your favorite. Yes, the resolution is horrible. But we're not going to stick with the resolution for very long. So nobody needs to worry. We're actually not going to use this. So I'm going to hit enter. It's going to fail to log in. The only reason I'm logging in this way first is so that I can get the IP. So if you've never seen the IP before and you're not sure if you even have an IP, it will tell you right there, IPv4 address for blah, 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 192.168.1.42. If you're wondering why I didn't change the message of the day and all of that stuff, it's because I want it to feel like a bare bones Ubuntu server. I don't want it to feel too customized. I mean, I've been tempted to put my old SKILSTAK logo and everything all there, but I've decided against that for that purpose. I want it to feel like a real cloud login. So if you don't, you can do IP-CA to get the IP if you don't trust that IP address, and that will give you your IP. So there you see 192.168.1.42 in purple. If you want to add that command to your little black book or to your notes on GitHub or wherever you're adding it, and then we can exit, right? So we can exit that, and you can click on the X, and it'll say, do you want to suspend, power off, run in background? And I'm just going to run it in the background. Because I don't need it anymore, because we already covered how to install Windows Terminal through the App Store or iTerm 2 if you're on a Mac. Those are the two I recommend. And if you want to know how to add the colors, I showed you the links to how to add the colors. I'm not going to redo terminal installation. So we're assuming you already have a terminal. I apologize because we're kind of having to backtrack to do the VMware player to stuff that we covered in week 1 and 2. Just cause. And so I showed you about how to get all these pretty colors. We also talked about how to install git-bash, or which I suggest you do not use WSL2. You'll get problems with VMware if you do actually. They might have fixed that actually since then, but I don't use WSL2. I think it's horrible. I don't think anybody should use WSL2. Make your own decisions, but git-bash works everywhere. Doesn't mess with your permissions. And allows you to use all your favorite things in a Windows environment still. without getting too crazy. And then when you want an actual Linux environment, you can add that. So now we can do, what did it say? Did it say it was 42? So SSH boost at, we already learned this, 192.168.1.40, was it 43? I don't remember. Was it 42? It was 42, right? I think it was 42. Yeah, there we go. And this is that we already covered the SSH stuff, so I'm not going to repeat it. Here we're just going to type, yes, I want to add that unique fingerprint so that if that IP changes, the password is password. For those who know about security, we deliberately do password login only for the boosts until we can learn about keys and stuff like that. Oh, I'm trying to log in as boot and not boost. Bad me. All right. If you want to make that go faster next time, and you know that the IP is going to be the same, you don't know VI yet, so we can't do that. Never mind. Eventually, you can add that stuff to a file, and then that you can save yourself that hassle. And you don't know this yet. I want to get to VI. In fact, maybe we should do it today. And so you can add it here. And if you know Nano, you can add it with Nano or text edit, whatever you want. And we could say week 5, right? Oops, I'm doing leak stuff. Week 6, actually. Week 6 is 43. And then I can just do SSH week 6, and it will do the same thing. I'll type it all out, assuming I typed it right. Did I put 40? Why is it not working? Is it week 5? Is it 2? Why am I failing? Oh. Okay, there we go. It was, yeah. Artifacts TJ. Top of the morning to you. All right, so let's do this. We're now in here. So let me take a moment to show you what's here. Okay. So, you know about the prompt. We already covered that. So if you want to see what's in the setup file, you can type cat setup, or you can type more setup, or you can type less setup, right? And it will show you everything that's in here. If you're not seeing an IP, then you may not have gotten one on DHCP, and you might have to see if you had one. What are you seeing exactly, Eggs? Because I'm sure your problem might be the same as others. Let's take a break and make sure we cover this. So are you not seeing IP-CA? You're not seeing anything down here like this? Are you seeing an Ethernet address? Are you seeing any of that other goodness? You don't see the IP at all, right? Yeah, it's probably because your DHCP server is not giving you. Okay, so there's a thing called Dynamics Host Control Protocol. What it is your router at home will give you an IP automatically. It's supposed to anyway. And it's possible that it's not giving. Now, the question is, did you import this from VirtualBox? We know that there's a problem importing the VirtualBox OVA. That's why I made a new one. We know that has a problem because VirtualBox has one of its options is to not do assign a MAC address, and so it gets a problem. I believe that's the problem. So it doesn't show up on your network. And this is the top OVA link from the GitHub link. Okay, and so you just started up and you did an import. Yeah. INET equals, yes. INET v6, yes it does. So it might be that you have an INET v6, but you don't have this. It might be that you have this one, but not this one. I had that problem. So I'm trying to debug the problem for you, because somebody else might have the same problem. We want to make sure that they get around it. So if that's a problem, we might have to do network config or something. Yeah, we have to force it to do network CTL and force it to pull down a DHCP address. Frank, are you still here? You had to do this with yours, right? Yeah, you had to start DH client by hand. Interesting. I hope we don't have to do that. Currently, it's importing the OVA. Okay. You might be able to get around it. Yeah. I think you mean DH client, right? Yeah, DH client. Yeah, that should trigger it enough to get. Now I have 2 addresses. Hey, look, I got an extra one. It's supposed to do that automatically. So, and that has nothing to do with me. But yeah, if that, try that. Go ahead and try that. I can get to it from 2 addresses. I should try the other one now. You want me to add another one? I'll add another one. Damn. I can't add another one. Shoot. Again, it's just a virtual machine, so there's nothing bad there. Snuggle up, did you get yours to work? You're not breaking anything. That's what I'm trying to say. This is all experimentation. So you should get it. This is an IP address. It displays you nothing. Right. But then you have to do IP-CA, and it should say you should have an IP address after that. You just got a blinking cursor? That's odd. How much? I wonder if you have enough resources to run it. That to me sounds like you might not have enough resources to run it. Blinking cursor. What? Just running the OVA? Have you got an 6 SSH using it? Oh, use SSH into it. Interesting. All right. Well, let's try this. Let's restart it first and see if it'll get a new DHCP address, which it might do. I did have a problem with this when I first ran it, and I had to stop it and then start it, and then it pulled down a DHCP address the second time. So that might be an option. Let me show you what I mean by that. So this is, yeah, I think that might be because you are doing, when I first went through the VMware process, I said automatically start after it gets done importing. And yeah, you might just have to hit enter also. Yeah. All right. But it also, so the other reason it might be is that if you're getting just a blinking cursor, that means it's not booting at all. So that could mean that you've allocated, there's too many resources allocated and you don't have that many CPUs or RAM. And so you might have to change your settings. So the first thing I would do is I'd go into your VMware, and this is good. This is good. I'm glad you guys are having these problems because we need to talk through the potential problems that people would have with this particular version. Should I do legacy BIOS or UEFI boot? Where are you changing that, Planetary? Is it giving you that option? I don't remember getting that option. I think I did legacy BIOS, but it didn't ask me for that at all. So, all right. So if you go back into, how's it going, Ibram? If you go to, what is it? Tabs, right? Firmware type. Yeah. If you go to home, open, connector existing. So this is under tabs home. And I've had to remind myself of all this, so I'm not going to promise to get it right. Let's see, preferences. Oh, you had to add a network. I had to add a network. Yes, I totally forgot about that. I got to put that in the list. I had to add a network. Yes, this is exactly how I fixed it. I forgot all about that. Thank you for reminding me. So let me make sure we get everybody. Virtual network editor. So this is a weird thing in VMware. So it most people, it should just work. I think it might be because you had VMware on there, VirtualBox on there already. That's my theory anyway. My theory is that people that have had VirtualBox, they've already messed up their networks. because they've got so many networks here. And you'll want to like change VMware host only connected enable DHCP server. So you might want to add a new one. I don't need to add a new one anymore. But does that look the same for you? You don't have network editor on this version. This is good. There's no way I could have known this. So let's work through this. For me, at boot, the VM could not connect to a network. I had to go to VMware virtual machine settings, network adapter, and for bridge mode, configure adapters and uncheck virtual host only Ethernet adapter. Really? Wow. Okay, I'm going to copy that as a debugging to the thing. This is great. I'm glad we're doing this together because that's stuff I can't test without having. Are you using Player? Do you know? Are you using Player? Let's go put that in here. Okay. Network fixes for Player. Network, how about that? Network troubleshooting. I'm going to put some quotes here. All right. For me, at boot, VM could not connect to a network. I had to go to the VMware virtual machine settings. Network, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to give you credit there. Is that okay? And did that work for you? Thanks. This is why I was a team effort. I had to check the configuration adapters. Yep. I had to go to VMware virtual machine settings, network adapter, and for the bridge configure adapters. Boom. And I didn't want to install VMware with a running VirtualBox. Yeah. I think that, I don't know this, but I think that those of you, is there anybody for whom this worked who is just joining us for the first time who does not already have VirtualBox on there? That shows the proper IP. Nice. And I'm going to put this. I'm going to put this seems to be common for those who had VirtualBox before. I think it did. I think it really screwed us up. I think it did. I think it made a bunch of virtual networks and screwed everything. And so, we're not going to reinstall our machines, but importing OVA at 9%. Yeah, for the first few weeks. I think because I have never ever had an issue like that with VMware. That's the first, and I had the same issue. I had exactly the same issue. I had to fix mine in a different way because I use a workstation. In my workstation, I had to go in the network manager and I had to go change it to get it to, kick it in the head. And before that, it wasn't showing up either. And the machine still didn't get an IP. Yeah. Well, we're not supporting VirtualBox at all. So, if your VirtualBox isn't working, you're going to have to figure out what to do for that. VirtualBox has a ton of other settings that VMware doesn't have that lets you have things have the same MAC address or not get a new MAC address and things like that. So if you can run VMware Player, that would be the preferred method going forward. And I just, again, I'm just going to say I regret that we didn't do VMware Player at the beginning of the boost. I will never touch VirtualBox ever again. It's a disastrously bad piece of software that's been deprecated by thousands of people, and they have no intention of ever fixing it. There's probably some good people working on the project, but I don't want anything to do with it ever again. And it's too bad because all those Vagrant files are all based on VirtualBox, engines and stuff, and they're all going to die. Yeah. Anyway, so add network troubleshooting. Commit change. It's actually giving me a value interest in almost via Oracle. Yeah. I mean, just do a standard search on Oracle right now and just read all the top billing headlines. But between them fighting against Amazon, they're in the toilet. There's good people over there, but the company itself powering on the VM. All right, again, we're spending a lot of time with all this troubleshooting and everything because the one goal for today is for everybody to get a running virtual machine using VMware. That is the one goal for today. So if you're just joining us or you've been watching and you're wondering why are we doing so much debugging and live editing and fixes, because we have the benefit of a huge community to help like debug and troubleshoot in real time so that we can isolate the problems that might come out and then we can add them right away, like I just did for Messina, who just added the fix for our VM player users. I actually, yeah, anyway. So, what else we got? So if that's true, you should be able to SSH to it. If you want to take this step, I maybe should add this here. Note the IP address, connect with Windows Terminal, IDSS boost. Oh, that's broken. I need to fix that. Yep. The boost, the SSH boost / IP address. Consider adding a reserved DHCP address to your home router. Stays the same. Now, you don't know what that is, but if you know what it is, you can go do it. I can't show you how to do this because I would be giving up a ton of information about my home router network. But usually, this might be fun to do right now as people are still setting things up. So okay, so double clicking it didn't work for me, but importing it did. Interesting. You are using VMware, right? Not VirtualBox. It just displays nothing. Are you having the same problem? Did you have to push enter, expert key? They had planned to make a walk crossing. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh my God. That sounds amazing, Ivan. If that's true, I want to talk to you about that. It's our IRL guy. No blinking cursor. Yes, VMware. Okay. Yes. Another way is what I'm gonna put. Yeah, I mean that might work. So I'm going to put that here. Everyone's got a different circumstance. This is another reason it's hard for me to just genericize the answer here. So So if people don't know what these things are, so we're just putting these things here. File exists. Oh, that's because you already did it. You probably already have it. Yeah. Expertise. I think you might have a graphics issue then. Because I don't know. I mean, what do you see? Do you see it? I don't know. Let's go figure it out. You see nothing, just a blank screen. It's possible that I mean, one of the possibilities I've been saying a lot, but so far it hasn't been anybody's case, could be over allocation of resources. You should use entire disk for storage config. If are you planetary? It sounds like you're making one from scratch. If you're in, be careful. Make sure the entire disk is your new virtual disk, and that would, the answer would then be yes, right? I assume because you're doing you're doing the virtual box. Sorry, you're doing the Ubuntu server installer, right? And the setup. I'm speaking to Planetary Syndicate right now. So if you're doing a full Ubuntu server installation like we did way back when, then when it asks to use the entire disk, the answer is yes, because the entire disk is only the virtual disk that you made for that virtual machine. It's a little misleading. It's like trying to warn you, be careful, you're going to blow your disk away. Well, you're only going to blow away that 20 gigabyte file that you allocated for the disk for that virtual machine, not the entire thing. Yeah, then the answer to that is yes. Yeah, but I got to be careful, because if you were to answer that question like installing like a dual boot or something, that would not be happy. If it's a network adapter problem, it may hang forever. Serious tip on how to fix it. If it's a network adapter tip, yeah, I mean, there's two tips here. So the one, it might be something to do related to the stuff here. It might be this DHCP stuff here. Got a bunch of gibberish text. Are you catted it? It's a binary. Maybe Expertise, can I recommend you actually reboot? You reboot your virtual machine, not your host machine, right? They're different. Did you find the SSH in yours? Good job. Kudos, eggs. I mean, it feels successful, right? Just a simple little thing like SSHing into it. Daniel, how are you? So yeah, so you got your SSH going. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's been good. We got a lot of good things going on. Yeah, and we got a couple hours left, so don't stress. We go until 5. We got 2 more hours. I mean, I think we're gonna have more than enough time to get everybody set up. But again, if you are here and you need interactive help, now is the time to ask if anything's not working, because you might have a case that somebody else has, and we can publicly document that for everybody about how to fix it. I will say this, using virtual machines are more complicated than just using Docker desktop, right? Install Docker desktop, Docker run, boom. And we did that last year. But the benefits in the long term are greater, because you have a real virtual machine to play around with. That means you can test things like filling the disk or deleting files and stuff like that. You could never test in the same way on a Docker container. So I just want to point that out before we keep moving on. Anybody else have any immediate needs that we can address? Otherwise, we can move on to more interesting things, and I can talk to you about the setup script. Should we do that? All right. So I'm assuming at this point, and if you have a problem and you're not at this point, you tell us in the chat immediately, and somebody in the chat will help you even if I can't talk to you at that moment. You're the priority here. That's why we do a boost every year, by the way, is because I would rather do that than make some really well organized content that you could repeat all the time, because I can't deal with your specific case and your specific questions. This is why I believe in doing a live boost every year, no matter what. Technology changes as well. All right, so let's go. So again, we've already covered how to install and configure Windows Terminal and to get these nice pretty colors and everything like I have, and how to install Git Bash. We covered that already. So I'm going to SSH, and we covered this already, into boost, that's the user, at 192.168.1.42. Now, we're going to make that easier later so it remembers it. But for right now, you can just do that. You're already running kubectl? What? Oh my goodness, look at you. Thank you for doing. Please brag. Okay? If I want to see some flexes. Yeah. I want to see lots of flexing. I want to see lots of flexing here. That's my personal requirement. Not requirement, request. How about that? I like it when you do flexes because it's a way for you to celebrate your successes and for other people to see that, you know, it can be done. For example. Yeah, here we go. Flex. Flex, flex, flex. All the flexes. There you go. I did it. All right. So, you know, look, celebrate your successes together. I mean, let's do that. That's worth doing. I mean, you know, and you might be doing it to yourself, but in this case, if you feel okay sharing it with everybody. So let's talk about what we actually did just do. And I'm going to give a little quiz again. I already asked the question, but I'm going to give you a quiz. Okay, so we have this file here. This is a little bit of a quiz review. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions and we need to put the questions out there as fast as possible, as fast as you have the answer. How do I tell what kind of file that is? Ready to go. How do I tell what kind of file that is? We already covered this, so this is a review. I got a file in there and I don't know what it is. Okay, you could cat. That would be one way. You could cat the file out and see what's in it. What else could you do? You could do the file command. Okay, what would that command be, by the way? File, which, type, ls-l. Ooh, all great ones. A-A, file, setup. Yes, file, ls-a to see the perms. Yes. These are all great. All right, so let's try them all, shall we? So file, setup. So that tells us it's a Bourne shell script. Okay, that's cool. Let's try ls-al and do setup. What does that give us? Ooh, we get to see the perms. That's also kind of greenish yellow. So we know that it's got an X in that, RWX. And the X stands for, in this case, it does not stand for longboarding. I'll tell you that. It stands for exploring on a longboard. It stands for execute, right? It means running it. It stands for execute extreme. Okay, so what else can we tell here? What is this? What is this here? What is this here? What is this here? What's this here? And what's this here? Yeah, this here is I just use C. Okay, we got the user. Good. We got the user and we got the group, right? And in this case, they're both the same. Does anybody happen to remember what file that's saved in? We did a whirlwind tour on the second week of where everything lives. I doubt anybody remembers. But for bonus points, does anybody remember what file contains the user and the group for that are on the system? I know some of you will probably know it already, but I just wondered if anybody else actually doesn't know. You remember it? It's a pretty famous file. Oh, it's not quite home. How's it going, hippopotamus? So ls-l dot, that will give us our home. I mean, this is stuff we covered several weeks ago. Etsy password. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Password. So how could I actually, we covered this last week. The last time we covered find and grep, remember? All right. So let me ask you a question. How can I look up the entry for this user in Etsy password? What is the command to look this user up in the Etsy password file? We covered that. This is a review of some of the commands we learned last time we met. We spent 5 hours going through how to search for files and how to search inside of files. And I think we covered it. I think. Cat Etsy password. Okay, that'll work. What would that do? Cat Etsy password. All right, that gives us the whole password file. does anybody remember how to get to just that one line though? What if I only want to look at that one line? There we go. There we go. Grep boost. Okay, that cat would work as well, although that's an unnecessary cat. ls Etsy password. Oh, not quite. Not quite. So the correct answer is grep boost from Etsy password. You guys are getting very close though. Oh. Do y'all have that same error as me? Okay. We do not need to fear. How do you install software that you don't have? How do you install software you don't have? Because you're going to need to do this, because I did not install everything on this, sort of on purpose. Okay, I took over grep on here, so my grep's broken and your grep is broken too, and I feel really bad about that. Apt install. Okay, but what do you need in front of? Okay, I'm going to try that. Apt install grep pcre grep. Oh, didn't work. Damn, what did you wrong? Okay, sudo apt install pcre. That'll work too, Ping. Yep. There's lots of more way to skin a cat here, right? All right, so everybody probably needs to install pcre grep, and frankly, I need to put that in the master image. But let me try my grep again. I forgot that I took over the grep command. I added my own bash RC to the thing, and there's going to be some tweaks in there. I'm just going to tell you, but it's fun. You'll learn while we're going through it. Sudo for root privileges, yes. Grep Etsy boost for Etsy password. So there we go. That's what we want, right? We did spend at least 2 hours on regular expressions. So I'm going to give you another quiz. How do I look up every? Let me adapt this. Grep boost. Now that we have pcre in there, right? Where's the cat? All right. How do I look up every line in the Etsy password file that has that begins with the line begins with the word system? This is advanced. That's an advanced test. How do I look up? We did, yes, yeah. I know regex. We did it fast, but it's one of those things you just have to keep practicing. Ooh, I think who got it. Should we try it? Grep, and we're going to do that. And that's why I have grep alias to pcre grep. System, yes. And Etsy password. There you go. Ooh, okay. All right. So here's some, this is just review. We're just reviewing some of the stuff we covered the last, several weeks. How do I find, that works with normal grep too. Yeah. It does. It works for regular grep. It's built in because regular grep uses basic regular expressions. We barely mentioned that. There's 3 different types of regular expressions: basic, extended, and pcre Perl. And the reason that I installed pcre grep is because I want my grep to just be like Perl, in case you're wondering. Because I think Perl regular expressions are the most powerful. They're also the ones that are built into everything. All the other languages. How do I find all of the files on my system that are executable? That's a big one. You might have to stop that in the middle. How do I find every single file on my whole computer that's executable, or on somebody else's computer that I want to hack? How do I find all the files on a computer that are executable? We covered this. We covered it a long time ago. So I know it's taking people some time on this one. This is pretty advanced. But we did. We spent 2 hours on find. Oh, it's getting pretty close. Yeah. Find /-perm. Let's try it. Right. Do we want plus X or minus X? Plus X. Uh-oh. Okay, I deliberately did that to you. Yeah, you could do dash executable. That's a nice one too. That one will work too. Executable. Yeah, fine. Tony, awesome. What's up with all these permission denieds though? How do I make those go away? How do I make all those permission denieds go away? Yes, ping, good job. How do I make the permission denieds go away? Dive into /dev Etsy system. Minus mount. Ooh, hadn't seen about that. That's a great idea, VG. Yes, we're going to send them to dev null, right? Yep, you got to redirect those errors. And we did cover this too. So 2 is all the errors. We're going to send all the errors to the bit bucket, commonly known name for dev null. And so now we don't get all the errors, right? Oops, I did it wrong. What did I do wrong? Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. There we go. It has to be right next to it for some reason. Otherwise, I think it reads it as an argument. You do have fishies, yes. You also have command line searching. Oh, shh! Don't tell. Don't spoil it. We're gonna cover that in a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna show you how to use it, and then you can start practicing using it. And then I'll show you how to set it up on your own if you want to go back and do it. So look, those are all of the permissions. These are the only things that does not seem like the right thing though. I think we might have messed up. I think that might not be right. Executable. Let's try that. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so all those things have executable permission, yeah? All right, so mount doesn't recur, send to mounted folders. Yeah, let's do that. Mount. Oh, yeah, much better, right? Oh, I like that one. Okay, but now let's say I want to put it into a file. I'm going to tell you, here's another one. What if I want to take all that great information and I want to put it... yes, let's do that. We only want the files, right? Type F, we only want the files. We don't want the directories. How do I put all of that? How do I do a long listing, by the way? Do you guys remember? I don't know if we covered this. What if I just want a long listing? You can do -ls and you can get the full listing, right? Or you can take it out. But the question, how do I put all that into a file now? How do I put it all into a file? You can pipe it to more if you want to see it, right? But let's say I want to save it to a file. What do I do? Yes, but then what? I got to add something, right? So let's add a file. So we'll say executables. All right, .txt or something. Doesn't matter. All right, but I didn't get to see the results. So let me give you another question. What command can I use that's going to show me the results and make a file? What command can I use in my pipeline that will show me, yep, T. All right, so I change it from this to a command, T, executable, right? And that will go off the screen. So in order to make it so I can see it, we can add our pager here, cup of tea, and we add our pager there and we can see everything. So now we not only can we see it, but we get a copy of it. And I'll tell you right now, that is a really good candidate for something you might want to make into a script using Unix filters, which we will talk about when we do bash scripting. Think about it. Actually, I'm gonna spoiler alert you here. All right, so we just wrote our first program on the command line. Okay, and I'm gonna do some things that you don't know yet. In fact, for right now, I'll take you through VI. Okay. So it's so laggy here. What do you mean it's laggy? I hope it's not laggy. It might be you don't have enough resources on your machine. So anyway, so if you do VI, check 1. VI magic. All right, so let's do this. VI space, right? And we're going to say... okay. Show execs, right? But rather than VI, let's actually just make a file first. So here's a command you haven't learned yet. Touch show execs. Well, it can be named whatever you want. Don't put this thing on it. And then we need to make it executable. Chmod plus X, which we already know. We talked about that. Right? Now we have our own runnable program. In fact, we can run the program right now, and there's nothing in there. Right? It runs it successfully. There's just nothing there. So let's go put something in there. So we're going to use VI, and I'm going to use the beginner method for VI, which is documented here. And we're going to go into this in more detail in a bit, but it's called VI Survive. I'm actually going to pull up the VI Survival Guide, which I maintain is the best way to use any editor. It's actually easier than Nano, believe it or not. VI Survive. Oh gosh. I didn't spell it right. Survive. There we go. All right. So this is all you need to learn with VI. All right. Look, don't yell at me. This is beginners. We haven't learned home row yet. So we're going to keep this up close. Keep this up close. I'll give you the actual link. This is actually easier than Nano. If you start out using the arrow keys, it's not that hard to learn VI. This is it. This is all you need to learn. But it's a change timestamp file. Yes. That's what its main use is, to change the timestamp. Yep. But people use it to make new files all the time. Yes. Okay. So let me go back to my thing. I got this VI open, right? What am I going to do? Okay. The main action to do any editing is I. So I'm going to click I, tap on I, and you see down here it changes to insert. And then what? Now I can't move or anything, but I can type. So we're going to put that command in here. And since I'm using Windows Editor, oops, I can go back to my command. By the way, how do you go out of here? I'll go back to I'm going to go cheat and look. How do I exit? Everybody makes jokes about this, but how do I exit? I want to exit and save and quit, :WQ. And we're not going to use Nano because Nano is actually bad for lots of reasons I'll talk about later. File less to type. Yeah. So ZZ, you can use ZZ instead of WQ, but just know what WQ does. WQ is the answer I put here. Shift ZZ is my favorite. As well, but you have to first I have to push escape, and then you shift ZZ. Oops, I'm like thinking about it too much. There we go. Shut down the PC. Everybody loves that. So what do we got? We got a file there. Yeah. And what are we gonna do? So let's take that command. So I'm gonna copy this command. I'm using my mouse because I don't know better yet, and I'm going to, whoops. I think I have to Control C it or whatever on Windows. Yeah, I think you do. No, that's not it. Is it Option C? What is it? How do you copy a Windows terminal? I do not know. I don't use it. I did whatever. Option C or whatever. I think it's Option C. I could be wrong. It's not Control C for sure. So anyway, let's go back. Control C. Okay, right click. Yeah. All the many Windows ways of doing it. I'm so used to Tmux on that I honestly don't remember to do it very well. So yeah, make sure to push I. Tmux to the system is super easy. Coming from Tmux to the system, yeah. For that you need your arrow. Okay, so I right clicked and it pasted. All right, so you remember that's our program. Remember we learned how to say all those things, we just went through that. So now we want that to run. /show execs. And there it is. And if I remove exit, we know how to remove files, we covered that. Unnamed plus. Yes. How's it going, vibing? Score S keys. I don't have S keys over here right now. I should turn it on, but I don't want to. SKIS only works for Linux. There's not a good example. I mean, there is some, but I need to probably do this if we're going to do VI. So I'd rather just tell you for now. Anyway, so we can run that program. Now, that thing that we came up with on the command line has now become a program. This is a very... Okay, so here's the point. No, from TMX to Firefox. For that, you have to do a system copy. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the few cases where you'd have to actually use your mouse, which I don't particularly like, but yeah. So what is the point? The point here that I'm trying to make is that you I'm pushing the up arrows right now because you don't know about VI mode. Pushing the up arrow. So here's that program, right, that we wrote, that pipeline. And we talked about in and out and Unix philosophy and what filters are. We talked about that already. And so the point I'm trying to make is you can take anything that's been typed into a command line, put it into a file, and boom, you have a file that runs, right? And it just so happens, so we're getting into scripting a little bit here, but this is important because we're going to be doing a lot more of this. And you can start writing scripts today. You don't need to know anything else about Bash. The only thing you need to know is that you need to put the stuff you would put on the command line into a file and then make that file executable with chmod plus x. There's a lot more to learn for scripting, but that is the basics. You put something in a file that you would have typed and then you run it. And how do you run it? // right? Now, this is people, you might be, well, I'm annoyed. I don't want to type // right? You could actually also type bash show execs. That will do the same thing because it is running it. Yeah, your script kiddies know, right? So, and I haven't talked about the shebang line, and I haven't talked about, executables and executable paths and all of that stuff, right? When to make a script versus an alias. We haven't talked about that yet. We will get there, I promise you. But I did want to introduce you to that now that you have a VM where you can start playing around. Okay. And you've got okay, let me ask you another question here. We're kind of all over the board. We've got 1 minute. So this last minute, we're going to cover this. See message from more for your network problem solving section. Did he come up with something? We've got 2 minutes. Let's do that first. But here's the question for everybody else. The question for everybody else, how do I make a directory called .local/bin? And why would I put a dot in front of it? So answer that question while I help on networking. Let me say the question again. How do I create a directory called .local/bin? And why would I use a dot? To hide it, okay? All right, you can keep the answers coming. Even if somebody's already answered, go ahead and give me your answer. All right, so we've got more for your network problem solving section. Let me see if I can go find it. I can't see what you're answering right now because I'm going back to look at the other stuff. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Got a lot of options there. I think I'm so happy that you all are just so courageous. You're like, I'm going to put something out there, even and that's good because there's no stigma for getting an answer wrong. Okay. You're not going to lose points or anything. It's stupid. I solved my issue of not getting an IP on my VM in network settings, setting promiscuous mode to allow VMs. Really? Wow. Was that a Windows setting? Jam? OXJam? Was that a Windows setting? I don't know if you need sudo. These are all good questions. Let's answer this. Keep the conversation coming. You guys try to come up with your answers yourself, and then I'll answer them. We got ads for 2 minutes, and after the ads are over, I'll answer them. Okay, so here we go. It was in VBox network settings. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not adding that because that'll confuse people. That's a VirtualBox thing. Thank you for finding that, though. That we're using VMware from now on. I'm never touching VirtualBox again. I don't want to put instructions on VirtualBox in my docs because that'll really confuse people because they'll look for it in VMware and it's not there. But thank you so much for reporting on that. All right, 2-minute break. Should we put music on? Let's turn some music on. I walk alone. All right, goodbye, guys. I'm talking to Green Day. Time for us to get back to work. So, nice Boulevard of Broken Dreams. You betcha. So, all right, what are we doing now? All right, so a lot of you answered the question before. I'm going to give you the answer. So you already have one, but if you did not have one, I'm removing these other things. Actually, no, let's keep our stuff here. If you did not have one, then what would you do? You would say make dir, right? Dot local /bin. And what was the answer? Why do we use dot? We use dot because dot makes it invisible. So when you do ls, you don't see it. You have to do ls-a to see it. We covered that already. As you can see, there's already a dot local. All right, so I have a question. I'm going to deliberately not. Oh, actually, no, let's do this. Let's move my dot local temporarily. Okay, let's move my dot local to dot orig local so I can do this. We covered all of these commands already, but let's do this. So I want to say I want to make a directory dot local /bin. True or false? Is this going to work? True or false? True or false? Is that command going to work? And if not, and if so, why? And if not, no. Why isn't it going to work? False. Why? Why isn't it going to work? Because it can't make a directory. Anybody know how to fix that so that command will work? Nobody said this in the chat. That's why, at least I didn't see. Nobody in the chat showed how to do this. Actually, no, 3 people did. Ping did, Docker got it, a couple other people got it. All right, so the -p. Now, I put the up arrow and I'm pushing the left arrow to go do this because I don't know about VI mode yet. I'm going to put a -p in there. All right, what does -p do? Yes, so Moon says -p tells it to add any of the parents. How many of you have a Mac machine right now? Does anybody out there have a Macintosh machine right now? I'm making a point here, and I want to be really careful with this point. Does anybody have a Mac? All right, so what I'd ask you to do, take your time, but what I'd ask you to do is open up a command line. Open up a command line on Mac, not on your Linux VM, just on your, whatever, Z shell, the default is, and try to do a -p. Does it work? Does it work? And so what I'm getting at, kind of in a roundabout way, is that there are several switches, options, whatever you want to call them, that are not POSIX, that are not supported on Unix systems. Mac is a Unix system. It's not Linux. It's the biggest Unix distribution in the world, by the way. They paid good money to get that designation. And it's got everything that BSD Unix has for the most part. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the next time that you hear somebody tell you about shell scripting or shell commands or something like that, most of the time, 90% of the time, they're just going to spew out something that's going to work on Linux. Stack Exchange is full of this. Stack Exchange is full of stuff that will only work on Linux. And that's fine, as long as you're only on Linux. But the point I'm making, and I really want to make this point well, is that if you are going to be a Unix professional, you need to be able to understand the differences. Even Hadoop file system has -p. Yeah. So you need to be able to understand that some systems are not going to have the same switches. And there are a number of commands that are really, really bad about that. What is the alternative? The alternative on Mac OS is to make all of the directories up individually. So you would do make-dir /local, and then -p is POSIX. I don't know that it's POSIX. I don't think it was added to the POSIX standard. It was either added to the POSIX or I don't know. You might be right. I mean, it might have been left out of other things. Did you find us the POSIX RAM? Okay, but it's not supported in BSD. So does that mean BSD is not POSIX compliant? I don't know. At this point, I don't care. I've been burned so many times by some switches working on some systems and some not working on the other one. And perhaps the most egregious problem with this is the PS command. We haven't gotten into this one yet, but the PS command, which lists processes, right? This command is radically different and has been so since the 80s. And there's finally been some consensus about supporting all of the different things that it can do. But the PS command is radically different depending on what flavor of Unix or Linux that you're using. So there, I'm not going to beat that to death anymore. I just want you to know that. Another one, for example, I believe sed dash, people tell me to use sed-i all the time to change files in line. And I'm pretty sure that's another one. And so just be aware of it. The point is that when you read about a command, if it doesn't work the way it's documented, it might be because the version of the command that you have doesn't support the switch that they chose to use, or whatever they chose to use. So don't, despair. Just know that there's a different version. And by the way, how would you search all of the information? What if I wanted to see which version of MakeDir I have? What's an easy command that would show me everything about it? This is a really easy one, right? I like letting y'all answer some of these questions. So yeah, MakeDir, okay. -- version. I'll show you what version it is. Oh, I got GNU. How could I see if I have a -p option or not? How's it going, Speedy? How could I see? What command could I do to see man? Yep. Man space MakeDir. And I don't know if you noticed this, but you have color man pages. You're welcome. We are doing the boost. This is a live interactive educational session. You're welcome to join us. You can go read all about it right there. Yeah, Google. You could use, actually Google's not too bad. So speaking of that, let's talk about that for a second with our last hour. Okay. So let's use our last hour to start searching from the command line. And this is one of the advantages of having you have a virtual machine, is that I can put some stuff in there and pre-configure it so that you can use it and get in the habit of using it. And one of those things is searching from the command line. So we just showed you how to use man page, but somebody answered the question. And standard required that the group ID of a newly created directory be set by group ID. Really cool. So, but let's see. So then we see parent, right? But how would I search the internet for MakeDir? Okay, now what I'm about to show you, so put a thumbtack in this. What I'm about to show you is not possible on any system except for this SKILSTAK boost image. I've done all the configurations to make this work so that you don't have to understand how it works right now, and you can start using it and have fun with it, and then you can move on after that. And I will tell you how we'll undo it, and then we'll show you how to set it up for yourself. Okay. So that's actually one of the advantages of having the VM, is that everybody can be up and running from the first day or two, and then we can come back and explain how to get it all there. Hey, Patrickles. So how do you do a search from the command line in SKILSTAK VM, in the SKILSTAK VM? You do question mark. This will not work on any system except the SKILSTAK VM. I'm going to say that. So you put a question mark, and then you type the thing you want to search for, the keyword, and it will go to the internet and go find it if you can get duck on there. But my duck is, I thought I put duck on here. I thought I put duck on here. I fail. I thought I put duck on here. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You have to install it. It's a bonus thing. Okay, wait. Which links? Oh, damn. All right, let's try this. Set up links. Yeah, I did. I think I know what happened. Yeah. I just made this. Give me a break. I just made this week. Did it work? Okay, if you got that error, then from the home directory, do /setup space links, and that will pull down DuckDuckGo for you. I'm sorry, what happened was I didn't save that in the new image. Oh, you're right. I'm so embarrassed. I am so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. I want to hide. Okay, fine. You got it before me. So I'm like, what? Incoming Pomo session. I know. Incoming tomatoes. Well, this is why we're doing it together. So, hey, look. Okay, RM dash. Oh. How? Now this is pod racing. How do you remove how do you remove a directory with everything in it? How do you remove a directory with everything in it? Oh, you did. Yes, we did already, Zeddy. Yes, it's in the notes now. Zeddy, go read the boost notes. Yeah, you got it. So rm-rf. This is usually very dangerous. I move my .rig local back to local. Can I just say I feel so much better about myself now that this works? My hat is off and now it's back on because that was embarrassing. So let's do make dir. There it is. Yay, it works. I'm good. I'm a good boy. For the record, I just want to say that my image had it right and I broke my image. So there. rm-rf was the wrong directory. No, you have to put a directory there. You blew my WSLA with RF last week. You did, Shirley. Previous sessions are still to watch. Yes, there are. However, week 5 is going to be fixed. Week 5 is not all there. YouTube truncated it for some reason, so I have to upload week 5. This will be week 6, by the way. Do we have to? No, you don't have to. You don't need that. No, unless you moved your local like I did, you should not have to do it. You should be fine. So let's do this. Let's do mkdir POSIX. And as long as your words, here, let me clear. By the way, if you want to clear the screen, you can type the long one, clear, or you can just type C enter and it'll clear the screen. If C enter clears the screen, on mine only. Normally you'd have to type clear. C is just an alias. Type C. It's just an alias. And that is way faster than running an executable. I know you should do that, Ping. You should, but I didn't. You're absolutely right. All right. So, can you make snapshots before each session? You absolutely can, if you want to do that. You might have to make new imports though if you're using the free version. If you're using Docker, this is why we're going to VMware, but the downside of VMware is that it does not let you make snapshots unless you pay. I hate that that's true. It just is, but there's a way around that. One of the ways around that is to set up a new VM each week, and you might think that's redundant, but it will be good practice for you for now. And then if you later on you decide you want to go with it, you can get yourself a copy of Workstation Pro, however you deem that best. And I do strongly recommend that you get Workstation Pro at this point. So everything but a few notes on GitHub. Make the switch to Git Bash anyway. Yes. Yeah, I've been doing Git Bash and loving it. And it's ironic because I've gone through all of that. It's now local. Oh gosh. Now you're really messed up. By the way, if you want to set up the setup script that's here, you might want to look through this. This setup script that's here, which I will be maintaining at this location, has a number of things you can do to install. If you're a veteran and you know how to do shell scripting, you can go in here and just get a sense of how shell scripting works. A lot of the stuff that's in here, as I said, is just the same thing you would type on the command line, just put in a file, and in this case in a function, which we will cover later. And we'll be using curl for that. And so you can get Docker and kubectl. There's a bunch of stuff you can install. A lot of this stuff is not installed by default. The all section has everything that's installed by default. One of the great things about this is that I can teach you how to use tmux my way. And so for the next hour, I'm going to show you how to do everything that I do, and you can decide whether you want to do it that way or not. But I debated a lot about this because I'm going to put a big warning label right here. What I'm about to teach you, now that we have a VM that we're using in common, is my way of using tmux and vi and bash and searching from the command line. I'm teaching you my way of doing it. And I'm putting a huge, big old warning here because this is how I was taught. Okay, so people told me their way and they shared their files with me. And over time, I learned my own ways of doing it and I diverted from some of their ways and I customized. That's what's great about it. But I had to have a starting point. I had to have a place to say, I can't even do anything. I just want to be productive, right? So yes, there's so many different ways to do things in Unix and Linux. People will argue about editors and shells and aliases and whether you should search from the command line in VI mode. There's a million things. So I'm teaching you my style of Linux foo. And if you don't like my style, it's like martial arts, right? There are so many different styles of martial arts that are very effective. And they are all slightly different. They are all a different style. So I'm teaching you RWX Rob Foo. And my method is not going to jive with other people. And there's going to be other people that do it differently. And so that's the end of that warning. But I want to make sure that you have that warning because particularly TMUX. TMUX is one of the things that there are radically different opinions about how TMUX should be used. And it can get very, very messy. Okay. So let's continue the rest of tonight. So I'm going to, for the next hour, we have an hour and 10 minutes left. We're going to cover my style of using basic VI. We're going to cover my style of using command line searching and my style of using TMUX. We're not going to do any configuration at all. The only thing we're going to talk about is the keystrokes necessary to use it the way I use it. And then as time goes on, you'll be wanting to change it. I can tell you right away, you're going to want to change it because my TMUX, when I make a new window, I don't know if you noticed, but it actually splits the window in two and makes a room for streaming over on the left. So right away, you're not going to want that. You're going to want to get rid of it. But just for now. All right. So we already did searching. Let me cover searching again. So a single question mark will get you something that you can find. Now, how do you navigate links? Okay, so this is using what's called home row. And the reason I'm showing you this all together is because all of this stuff is based on VI. I don't know if you noticed, but if you try to do like stuff that you've been like Control L from the command line doesn't work. And this is why I'm telling you this, because VI mode has been set for the terminal. All right. And oh, hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Yeah. VI will be there easily for the next 25 years. And so Control L, someone will tell you to clear the screen with Control L. I'm telling you to do C because Control L is a different mode for the bash. All right. So to clear the screen, you type C or clear, and to go up and down, you push the arrow keys up and down, or you can do escape or Control Left bracket and push up and down, which we haven't learned that yet, but that's VI mode, which we're going to learn that. So let's finish our searching. Okay. So let's search for RWX Rob. So the way you navigate this, you can use one hand. You can drink cola or something in your coffee in your one hand. And with the other hand, with your hand on JKL, you can use J to go down to the next link. J just keeps cycling through to the next link, right? And K goes up. So J is down, K is up, right? And you can just hold it if you want to just go, and that jumps to the next link. If you know that you want to get really far in a document, you can just push space with your thumb. Again, this hand is entirely free. You can push space, and space will take you down a full page. And if you want to write all of these, you can write all of these. Yes. So I'm using K and J, right? I have now, and now we're going to follow the links. So by the way, J and K are up and down in VI. Those are VI keys. Now you know them. And we're going to let's go to something worth reading. Let's go to this one. I want to follow this link. How do I follow it? I push L, which in VI mode is right. So I go right. And now there's a lot here to read. So I space. If you want to adjust your terminal a little bit to center on something, you have to put your coffee down because now you have to hold Control. If you hold Control and then you can do N, Control N and Control P, which work in pretty much everything. These work in less and VI and everything. What they do is they like just a little bit, they just advance the page a little bit at a time so you can center it. Most of the time I don't need that, but if you want to read one line at a time, and I'm just holding control down and I'm NP, 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 you're going to find a lot of terminal tools use that. WeChat uses it, a bunch of other stuff, right? But if you still want to hold your coffee and you're okay, hold coffee over a keyboard. And so then we like, yeah, it's got a lid, so it pushes space. How to get a full list of the commands? They are buried deep inside, but I'm pretty sure you can do question mark. No, that's not it. There it is, keystroke commands. Yeah, if you do question mark, and then I don't do this very much. Up a page, a full page. Yeah, I think it's tab or control space. I don't know. I don't do it. I don't know. I've never do that. I don't. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, you got me. I never go up. I always just go down. Actually, this is what I do. If I must confess, when I want to go all the way to the top of the page, I'll go back to the previous link. You know what I mean? I'll go back to the previous link, which is, by the way, H. Page up works, yes, but you have to take your hand off home row. I'm too lazy. So I go, when I seriously, when I want to go to the top of the page, I'll like, page. I'm like, crap, I want to go to the top again, right? So I can either move my hand or I can go H and go back, and then I can go to it again and it'll go to the top again. And then I don't have to move my hand. Because I'm that lazy. You're forcing me to confess a bunch of things at this point because, by the way, while your hand is here, and you might want to write some of these down. Okay, they are written down. If you do question mark, unfortunately it requires, how can I do question mark with one hand? Shift question mark. Oh, I did that with my one hand. Okay, I got to practice that. So you can go to the keystroke commands. It kills you the links user's guide. This is links, by the way. If any of this is not to your liking, there's also another one called W3M, and that's why I put them both on the VM, so you can try them. And I set up it's set up for VI by default. So this gives you down arrow, up arrow. It's cool because it has all your current configurations. I like that because I have customized some of these. And God, there's so many things you can look at. I still think links is the best for this kind of thing. But while we're at it, let me tell you about another command line tool, W3M. And I'll leave it to you to change the DuckDuckGo to use W3M instead of links if you wish to do that. But W3M is here. We need to tell it what site we want to go to. GitHub.com, RWXRob. And it's a little bit slower. This is more intuitive. So same home row. This is another text-based browser. It's very, very close to the other. It does boast a number of advanced features. W3M is way more modern than that. As you'll notice, though, it does have go down by page, as go up by line. By default, J and K are designed to go one line at a time, which I don't like, because usually I want to go to the links, but some people might find this better. I also don't like the formatting, but W3M is a very legitimate replacement for links if you want to use it. The really great thing about W3M is you can install it, and this is the defaults. You do not have to do anything else with it. And when you want to follow a link, you get on the link, and then you have to push enter, I think. Yeah, and then it goes there. So it's a different style of navigation. You can still do it all from one hand. I have seriously debated switching to W3M many, many times. But in the end, I'm still a links user. And to be truthful, it's mostly because of the justification and the formatting. W3M has fixed some bugs that are in Links' rendition of HTML. So those are the options. Oh, that's another thing too. You can't go back. You can't go back with H. I don't even remember how to go back. How do you go back, guys? Anybody know? Is it B? What does B do? What does B do? Oh, it just goes down one. I don't even know. I'm trying to go back to my previous document. No, that's a search. That's a backward search. How do I go back to the previous link? Oh, okay. Apparently Shift H is help. Just found that out. Cursor right, scroll down, cursor left, scroll one. Go to the beginning of the line, go to the specified line. Cancel the left cursor, remove, blah, blah, blah. I want to go to the previous page. Pop up menu to navigate between hyperlinks. No. Next hyperlink. Move left to the next, move downward. Show current address. See save inline image. What? I never done that before. You can display images in this. It will not work very well though. Yeah. That's one of the reasons people use it, is because it tries to show images. I don't like it though, because I don't like images in my text. But whatever. Current hyperlink, a new buffer, save page. I have to know this. Show current address, display information about the current document. Equals instead of I. That's I in Vim. I mean in the other one. Turn your own strings like into hyperlinks. Toggle external display. Oh, right. So this won't work because you're running in a VM. But if you actually want to run W3M or links inside of Git Bash, you can actually open up a graphic browser. And so if you have a, I do this all the time, I'll navigate to a page that I want to see. Links config is abysmal. And my config, it's the reason I made the VM is so that you can go look at that, all the config settings I had to do for links config. It's horrible. I absolutely detest it. But I've spent a lot of time with it, so I put them both on there. So if you want to use W3M, I'll let you make a choice. I'm not going to judge you if you don't use it or if you do. I still can't decide how to go back, but I'm going to skip that for now. If you do want to change that, there's a command in here that I added called VIC. I thought I added VIC. Did I not add VIC? I did add VIC. I swear I added it. Did I delete it? Shoot. Oh, you have the old version. Okay, let's do this. Dot setup Vim. Which VIC? Yeah, there it is. All right, so if you set up your Vim, then you can use VIC, and VIC will edit the program wherever it is, and you can see the links program. If you want to see the type of question mark program, you can do that. I'll tell you what it is. If you have 2 question marks, it calls Google. If you have 3, it does Bing. And you can change these yourself. If you use VIC, it'll open up VI, and you can take the URL, and then having it, instead of doing links URL, you could change this right here to W3M if you wanted. And again, this is your VM to do whatever you want with. So you can play with it and mess with it. You can't break anything. And you can mess with those things. But I just wanted to give you a sense of that. Does anybody have any questions about searching from the command line? A couple of things about searching from the command line is, if you want to be fast at it, you can actually go back in your history and type, look for the question mark searches. You can find that. You'd have to do something like this. You can type, slash to search, and you can find all your other search possibilities. Google is slower than Duck, in my opinion. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so, that'll go search Google. Sometimes Google has a little bit better formatting. I mean, it lets you make your decisions here. You can go to both. In links, if you push I, it'll show you the information about, which is also right on your fingers, right? This will show you this stuff. For some reason, DH client was not running on VMware. I just got stuck, but they're working pretty well on VirtualBox. Did you see the new troubleshooting tips we posted? we posted some troubleshooting tips, so please check those out under the troubleshooting section on the VM Boost. So make sure you refresh that page. So yeah, you can see the thing is here. One of the annoying things is copying long URLs and linking to them, clicking on them, especially in tmux. You always get just part of the URL. I wish that there was an easier way to get around that. That's just not a part of it. But again, searching from the command line is mostly about getting information really quickly. And you can make a bookmark though. So you can go to the page right here, and if you want to add a bookmark, is it A? Yeah. So you add a bookmark and you say a link, and a link to the bookmark file. And some of you have seen me use my Z command. And what it does is when you save it to a bookmark like that, it'll put it in your links bookmarks. And it's another reason I use links is it will add, just look at how old this is, man. This doesn't even have, it's not even standard HTML anymore, but it will add these URLs, right? And some of you have seen me use my Zettelkasten where I will want a URL and I'll be searching for something and I want, a URL somehow, and I'll go there and I'll say, ooh, I want that. And I'll type a link, right? Link is to the link it's on, and D is to the whole document. And put link, and then it adds that link to your bookmarks file, and then you can easily add that to anything else. So I'm going to a link in this case, it would say that. And now if I go to my, and you can actually even link your bookmarks. And you can go look at your bookmarks. So here are your bookmarks, right? And network not working. I found something. Oh, that looks interesting. What is that? Network bridge not working. What is causing the VM bridge network? Interesting. VMware bridge network. Let me put that in the links. I'll go ahead and put that in the links and take a break here. Since today's primary goal is VMware, let's get back to some of this stuff. So that's pretty much all I have to say about links. All the commands I care about are on my right hand. Everything else I would do using some other method. So that's kind of that. Let me go edit this page really quick. We just got another tip for the troubleshooting. Yeah, paste. And who offered that? Who posted that? I want to give you credit. So this was from Zeddy. Alrighty. Shotting. Commit change. Underappreciated. It is fun. VMware is good. They're both good. So, come back to Survive VI. Let's talk about VI some more. Okay. So, let's say you want to edit your bookmarks, right? VI space dot links bookmarks.html. Okay. So I have an existing file. All right, so the first thing I need to tell you about before, we're just going to do survival right now. And then I'm going to ask, we'll do the VM tutorial together. I want to find all my notes on it though. I've got probably 20 pages of notes on what's wrong with the VM tutorial that I want to go through before I do that. That'll probably be next week. So, but for right now, if you just go to the survival editor, you can see all of these here. It's just rdbx.gg/vi survive, and that'll redirect you. And these are really all you need to know. You can just use arrows for moving around once you have, and you're in edit mode. And the only thing you need to know about VI right now is that you're in edit or insert mode. Those are the two modes, insert mode and command mode. As you get better, they say, you'll spend more time in command mode and less time in insert mode. But I've seen 9-year-olds spend most of their time in insert mode. They do just fine. Once they know that, once they're allowed to use the arrow keys, which used to be disabled in VI, and they're now enabled everywhere, including like really, old ones like NVI, which is on BSD. Saving and quitting is, I'm having people do the colon commands because That's consistent with what's in the tutorial, but you could also use ZZ here. And you could also use ZQ there. I mean, actually, I think this one's ZQ. So anyway, you can, if you don't want to have problems. Well, that ping, what I'm trying to tell you is that that version of links has been added to this VM image. Okay. So that's now here. If you're using links on this computer, on this VM image, you're using the same thing. So I'm going to be suggesting people use the image. All right. So the first thing to know is that you can go up and down, right? Now notice that I'm going up and down with J and K. So we already learned that from links, right? J and K are up and down. H and L are to the left and right. H and L are to the left and right. J and K are up and down, and you can know that, and you can use that instead of the arrow keys. But you can put I and be in edit mode, and you can push the arrow keys all around, and it's just like you're in Nano. What terminal is this? This is Windows terminal, customized Windows terminal. It's just basic Windows terminals. It's been customized. We covered that in, I think, the second week of Boost. But yeah, if you ask in the Discord, we can help you find and stuff for that. So here, as you can see, look, I'm in insert mode, right? I'm in insert mode, but when I'm in insert mode, I can use my arrow keys and go all the way around. So what I'm trying to tell you is that in VI, you can, when you're starting out, you can live in insert mode, and no one's gonna call you a bad person, right? You can just live in insert mode the whole time. You don't even have to learn all the other fancy stuff. You can just live in insert mode, and then all you have to do is know how to type escape to go back and forth, and you can use the escape key for now. And instead of remapping it or whatever, just promise me you won't use Control-C. So, and then we're going to delete this last one. So I'm literally just backspacing it out. Everything I'm doing right now is exactly how you would edit this file using Nano. So this first level, level one VI user is like, neophyte. You're just using insert. You're going around. You're like, I need to escape. I need to go home. So whoopsie, what I forgot, escape, right? So push escape or Control-C. It's the same thing. Sorry, not Control-C, Control left bracket. Ugh. Control left bracket is the same as escape. It's literally the same on keyboards besides international keyboards. And sometimes pushing escape is too far away, but if it's easy to remember, do it. Otherwise, you can type Shift left square bracket. It's two pinkies to do that. It's a little bit harder, but that will take you out of insert mode. And now we're ready to do a command, and the command is to save. So we're going to do colon. We're going to do colon. No, this is a virtual machine image. It's different than a container image. So we're going to do colon W for write. That means I want to save it, and Q for quit. Okay, and I push enter, and then it saves it. And if you want to see if it saved it, you can do less.links bookmarks and go look at it, and you'll see it's all there, right? Something else you can do that a lot of people don't know is you can do view. View opens VI in read-only mode. So now if I try to edit it, it says, I'm sorry, no, this is read-only. All right, so it will still let you, but it won't let you write it. So anyway, colon X to save and close. Is this bad? No, you can do colon X. Colon X is good. Colon ZZ is good. Colon ZZ I use Shift ZZ. There's 5 different ways to close and save. So I'm trying to pick one for absolute beginners. They're level 1 martial arts VIFU, and I'm trying to teach them something that will work on every system that is also in the training manual, and that's consistent, and that is WQ. Another reason that WQ is good is because it's introducing people to X commands, and X commands begin with colons. So that's why we're not doing the shortcuts, the capital ZZ. So how do you exit and save? So how do I quit without saving? Oh no, I changed this file, but I really don't want to change it. I absolutely don't want to save this. How do I exit without saving? Escape. Oh gosh, come on, Rob. I pushed help on accident. Which is, again, just do colon Q and they'll take you out. Yes, so colon Q exits, right? Colon Q exits, but if it'll say But wait, you guys didn't save it. You can't leave, right? If you try to leave without saving, it'll say you didn't leave. That's kind of safe, right? But if you want to throw away the changes, you do :Q exclamation point. All right, so this has not been very many commands, but it's super easy to get overwhelmed with VI. And especially when you watch all the really amazing, VI edit people on Twitch and YouTube, you watch them and you're like, oh, I want to get good like that. But I'm telling you, take it one step at a time and get good with the basics. And the first thing you should do is replace the arrow keys with what? H, J, K, and L. Replace the arrow keys with H, J, K, and L. H, J, K, and L only work when you're in command mode, though, and that trips people up, right? So that trips beginners up. That's why I don't tell them to do that. So yeah, I can. Oh wow, I'm navigating all around. This is awesome. H, K, and L, because why? I'm in command mode, right? As soon as I hit I to go into insert mode, if I'm typing letters. So now I have to go over to the arrow keys. I have to wander all the way over to the arrow keys, but just know that you can do the arrow keys if you need to in insert mode if you lose your way. Otherwise, you can do J, K, H, and L, move all around. And we will see when we do the next level of them how to combine all those movements into other commands to change a word, for example, or to search for a word, or to jump to a word. I'll give you one early. My favorite command in all of Vim is /, because it searches forward for something. And so I can be, 20 pages up from where I need to go in the document. And if I remember the name of the function in the area, which is something probably easy to do, I just type it. So I type note, boom. And then once I find it, whoops, it has to be capital. You see how it jumps right to it, right? And the reason I like this is because it is consistent with this search-centric way of navigation. So people are always about their fuzzy finders and all this other stuff. And I'm like, that's fine if you want to live in a tab-centric kind of fuzzy finding world. But my world is search-centric. So when I'm on the computer, I use a search-centric thing to find my commands. I can't tell you where my display command is, right? I just type command and then I type display. So my entire world, my entire computer interaction is search-centric. And if you can tell, since the Omnibox that Chrome originally added, the whole world is turning into a search-centric world. It's like when you want to eliminate all the apps, you want to just get to the app you want, you type the first few letters of your app on your phone. When you want to do a search, the reason I search from the command line is because, again, it's a search-centric world. My edit sessions, people ask me all the time, why aren't you using this or such or whatever? And it's because the way that I navigate, and this blows people away because they can't follow it. In my mind, I know where I need to go in that document. I know exactly where I need to go, and I know a snippet of the code that I need to get to. So all I have to do is start typing that snippet, edit it, and it just goes right to it, and I'm right there. And a lot of times I don't even have to enter into edit mode. I can just do a change instead, and I can undo it. So to me, that's how I do things. That's how I get around. So people might ask, well, gosh, how do you get around without having, scrolling and stuff? Mac Spotlight, Linux has got it, Pop Launcher. Even iPad has it. Even iPad has Spotlight. So, it's a search-centric world. Yeah. All right. So, rest of this stuff is just kind of for your own purposes. The kind of a fun thing I think we'll end tonight on is on the fishies. So the fishies are here. I swear they're here. What did I do? Where did my fishies go? Did I kill my fishies? How did I kill my fishies? Oh, I think you have to install it. Did you have fishies? I must have deleted mine. Yeah. Fishies. All right. So if you don't have any of that stuff, let me tell you something to do here, okay? Complete -c /setup. And then you can do /setup tab, and you can install any of these other things. I built an installer for each of these things, so you can install all of that. And yeah, so if you don't have it already, yeah, the /command VI is really great. It's my favorite. So, and that includes the GitHub tool. We're going to be using all of these tools later. Go is already on here. Yep, you should be using Go 1.18. Fireflies listed like a moment ago. I saw one. Did you just see one? Nice. All right. I feel like we're kind of winding down on this day. I feel like we've covered a lot of stuff, but the bulk of the day has been dedicated to getting VMware installed. Alone VI is better than Nano. I agree. There is Nano over here, and I challenge you to make your own decision. Okay, based on the VI Survive I just showed you, right? I challenge you to try it. Do links. Let's do the same thing. Links bookmarks. Right here is Nano. Okay, so right out of the bat, you have to use the arrow keys. This is Nano. If you want to use Nano, by the way, that's fine. I just would think you're going to be better off if you learn, to use VI in survival mode first. Something about Nano that's interesting is it does not wrap for you. You have to go to the end of the line. I mean, that's kind of cool. But, you can't navigate very fast. The biggest danger with Nano, to learn to VM, yeah. Oh yeah, to jump to a path. Oh, I love that. Path reference, absolutely. There's so many cool things in VI that you're gonna add to your list. So we'll start sharing our. We're gonna do a little bit of VI every time. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna gradually add a few things as we go instead of overwhelming everybody. We do need to go through the VI tutorial, and we probably will do that next week. We have time to do it today, but do you guys want to go through the VI tutorial today? We have 30 minutes left. I mean, we can do that if you want. And that way you have your VM so you can do it at home. Right? That's HTML comment, yeah. So it's like, do you want to write it? Yes, okay. All right, let's do the VI tutorial. So to start the Vim tutorial, I'm trying to decide whether I want to teach you how to make a tmux window first or not. Let me teach you how to do a tmux window so you can have multiple windows, because it's super annoying when you only got the one. Okay? So let's do tmux, and then I'll teach you the VI tutorial so that you can go back and forth. Okay? Now, again, as I said, this is tmux on my system configured for how I do tmux. And Vim is horrible. It's a disastrously bad application. Nobody should use it. And if you do try to use it, maybe use it after you've actually learned Vim. All right. So sorry for the swear word there. I forgot about that one. All right. So here we go. Let's do a clear here, and let's run tmux. All right. How do you run tmux? Tmux, enter. All right. There's tmux. Again, this tmux has been configured for me. You're going to do a lot of customization on your own. Just to give you a sense of what I mean by that, let me show you my current tmux config. And this has been a problem because this is a lot, right? And if for somebody who doesn't know about anything that's going on in here, you don't want to mess with this just yet. Okay, we will cover tmux configuration eventually, but right now I'm just trying to get you able to make your own panes and windows. That's it. And then we'll move on from there. Okay, so, and the first thing I want to tell you here is that this tmux has been configured for VI users. That means that all of the bindings are happy splitting windows and things. These are all things that are not the defaults. And if you get on a tmux session that's got all the defaults, it will be very difficult for you. I'm in the middle of, oh, you got all my things.
Yeah, but I also bought you a present.
You bought, I'll be done. Thank you, Doris. I'm in the middle of a live stream with a boost session. You're going to give me my present?
But I bought him a present.
Oh, okay. Well, we can take a break.
2-minute break?
We only have 30 minutes left. Okay. I'll talk. I have a present coming, guys. Everybody. People. Guys and gals. It also says I have to take an ad and like, no, I'm snoozing that ad. Okay, fine. Our next life, yes. Anyway, so it's a long, don't stress about it. But what I'm going to tell you is that it's not my birthday. What I'm telling you is that you're going to learn in your muscle memory. This has been a point of major ethical conflict for me for years. Okay. I am injecting into the brains of all of these people that are learning my way muscle memory for TMUX that is not compatible with the default configuration, because the default configuration for TMUX is horrible. I mean, it's horrible. It's really, really, really bad. And if you've used Screen or anything, I think that you should use, it's your birthday. I think that you should use the VI bindings. The bindings that I have done for TMUX are exactly the same as another program called Screen. And so if you're on a system that only has Screen, which is they still exist, then you'll be able to use Screen and TMUX without any muscle memory disconnect. And I absolutely do not know why the TMUX people decided to buck tradition and change all of the muscle memory for everybody using TMUX versus Screen. So I believe that putting this memory in your brain is fine, because it's going to make you able to use the Screen command intuitively, instead of having to relearn Screen if you're on a Unix or BSD system that has Screen that does not have TMUX. All right, so that's where this style, this Linux art style comes from. All right, so the first thing is, how do you open? So here I am, I'm running TMUX all by myself. So write these down, pay attention. I'm going to go through them pretty quickly. Okay, so to start TMUX, I just have to tell you, because you have to go through and practice. To run TMUX, you just run the TMUX, right? If you want to be sure that you're not like making a ton of sessions, you can just do TMUX A every time. And if you do TMUX A, that will reattach to an existing session. Now, when you stop a VM, you might disconnect from your TMUX and you'd be like, and then eventually you'll get a bunch of TMUXs running, and you can just TMUX ls to list them all. And you'll get like 10 of them. And you're like, where's my other session, right? So without getting too deeply into attaching to TMUX sessions, TMUX just gives you a bunch of windows and stuff. And I'm not going to go deep into what a terminal multiplexer is right now. I'm just going to get you to use it. So TMUX, enter, and it'll get you a new one, right? And this is my personal configuration, but it puts it at the top and it tells you what you're running, the program it's running. You type ls. If I want to type another one, so let's say I want to practice, I want to see VI survive. See if there's anything about VI survive out there. Nope. How about I do this? How about I do VI survive RWX ROM? Ooh, there's something. Nope. How about I do RWX? Uh-oh. That's because I did too much searching. So let's try Google. There it is. Survive VI. And it's going to redirect. You can follow that. Here's the absolute minimum. Remember that page that I showed you? Here it is as a text page browser. And then here it says some of the other stuff. So, oh no, I'm on this great page and I want to practice, but I can't because I use my old terminal. You know, TMUX for the win now. TMUX, I need to open a new window. And let me just tell you right now, 90 times out of 100, you're going to want to make a new window. And I'm going to make a new window because my font is so big. But most of the time, honestly, people, it's just easier to make a new window. And that's actually, very interestingly, that's actually one thing where the Pramagian and I strongly agree. And people know we have history, so I won't go into it. But I find that really interesting because he's very fast and spazzy, and he agrees that just making a new window is usually easier. How do you make a new window? So in my case, I use the command for create a new window. I use Control A, and then I use exclamation ampersand. Oh wait, I did the wrong one. What did I do? You know what? That's what I get for. That's not it, obviously. Yes. It's C. It's C. Yeah. I must have really tanked my system because it can't find anything now. It can't find blank pane either. All right, so here we go. It's Control A C. Duh. Control A ampersand closes the window. Control A and then it's Shift 7. The number is an ampersand, and that will shut it. So if you want to make new ones and then you want to shut it, and it's kind of hard to get that movement, but you'll get it. So don't use Control B. No, not on this. I told you Control B is the default. Control A is how it's built into here. Because Control A is what screen uses. If you want to exit a session, you can just type exit and it'll drop that pane, right? Yeah, don't type that though. Exit is the same as TMX kill session. No, that's an entire session if you do that. If you want to see everything that's running, you can do Control A W and that will show you, and you can use the VI keys to go up and down. This might be easier for people for a while. You can also do Control A and then pick the number, and that will go to the number. And we're not going to do zooming or anything yet. I'm like really all over the place right now. I use Control A ampersand all the time because I'm constantly making windows and then I'm shutting them. I think that might actually be session, yeah. Because that deletes all the panes. And it's window, it's closed window, yeah. Yeah, if you want to see what my settings are, as I said, you can go look at .tmux.conf and you can go look through here. I think you can also do question mark. So that's Control A question mark. So the thing with tmux that you have to know that I'm kind of blowing through is you have to do the leader key, which is Control A. And anything after that will be sent to tmux. And yes, it gets complicated when you have a tmux inside of a tmux, which I have running actually. We will not be covering that today. It's totally possible to do that, and preferable sometimes actually. So I don't want to get into the advanced stuff just yet. So yeah, it is called a prefix actually. I think it's officially called a prefix. I get it mixed up with the leader key and VI. I think it actually officially is a prefix. Yeah. There's not a lot in the man page for tmux, but there is some. You're right. It's officially called the prefix. Yeah. Send the prefix key. There you go. Yeah. That's what I've been doing. Yep. tmux cheat sheet. I don't know about that cheat sheet. Most of the stuff that I had to do was not going to work. I'm just telling you, I don't use those bindings. And I'll make a cheat sheet for my tmux, but that cheat sheet is horrible because it makes you incapable of using screen. And if you don't know what screen is or why it matters, then you haven't been doing this for very long. So screen is still really critically used in lots of Unix systems on AIX, Solaris, BSD, and there is no tmux on those systems. And if you want to get on that system, all you have is screen, right? And at one point during all of this, I actually wanted to teach people screen before I taught them tmux. And let me show you what I mean by that. Let me close these all out. So, if you want to see the bindings, use the screen program. Okay. So I'm just saying that because that cheat sheet is completely irrelevant for most of the things. So, because I've changed it to be like screen. And so you can still use screen, by the way. If you don't want to use tmux, just use screen. Some people have like screen alias to tmux. Some people have tmux alias to screen, whatever. So you type screen, right? Same exact thing, except for this big thing here, right? Now, the hardest part about this is you can't see whether you got a new one or not. So it's like, where am I, right? So in order to see your windows, you have to do Control A W. Control A W, which has a mapping, and then it'll show you all your things. But then it gets out of your way. The reason I like it is because it gets out of your way. Look at that. See, I'm going back and forth. Control A. We'll have to do a whole day on TMUX on screen. I'm sure. We still got some time though. So yeah, the thing about screen is that screen's defaults are really sound. Oh, we got an ad, unfortunately. So yeah, so you do Control A W gives you all your stuff, right? You can make that so that it stays on. Add hard status line to screen RC. Yes, let's do that. I actually need to add that anyway. Dot screen RC. Do. What's colon W? I'm going to have to add that to the image. This is great. Yeah. There we go. I think I kind of want to teach people screen before TMUX, to tell you the truth. Screen has pane splitting now too, but you know, it's not really that big a thing. How can we make it on the top? This makes me want to teach screen before TMUX. Yeah. I do. I want to make that different color though. Yeah, if somebody's got a good screen RC, let me know. We can add it to the image. I kind of, you know, after going through this, I really want to teach screen first because nobody knows it. And learning screen is far more valuable than learning TMUX. It's far, far more valuable. And because it will work with you for your entire life. TMUX you'll use, but that's why it's so important to reconcile TMUX and screen together. And I think teaching screen first is going to make people more on board with that. Yeah. Screen is way, way, way less resources and has been around since the 70s. So people were using screen. You got to go? Okay. People have been using it since, you know, forever ago. I mean, there's probably some color settings for this. But yeah. The reason I don't like i3 is because, let's talk about that for a bit. Let's spend a few minutes on that. Why not use a really great desktop manager? I mean, a lot of you know me and you already know the answer to this, but seriously, what is the advantage of i3 over TMUX? And there are some very strong advantages. And by the way, you can't use i3 on Windows or Mac, so it's already out of consideration, right? I mean, things like i3 and GNOME, which I love, are fantastic if you have, first of all, a Linux desktop. And if you don't have a Linux desktop, then memorizing all of those things. I mean, I've seen people tell me to use i3 instead of TMUX. And to me, that is an inconsistent argument because if you're going to use i3, you're making an assumption about the desktop already. You're burning muscle memory on having a specific type of operating system, which is fine for a particular type of work. But the work that I'm preparing people for is operations work and hacking, which means you need to be good on any Linux system or Unix system ever as fast as possible. And so the most consistency that we can teach you, the more universal the skills, the more useful that you are, and the more your intuitive muscle memory will work no matter where you are. And that is why it's not that I'm against those things. It's like if you have a choice between memorizing a whole bunch of custom shortcuts for i3, or whatever, or memorizing, the original screen, new window stuff. And by the way, if you're gonna do, and a lot of people use it. I'm not putting you down. I question the commitment to using that in your muscle memory where other things would be more valuable. This is also the reason that I push the terminal so hard, because the terminal interface is relatively consistent across all Unix and Linux. And so, use of VI or Emacs mode, it's one of the reasons I hate PowerShell so much, is because it breaks all of those conventions pretty heavily. So does eShell. But if you keep I'm not saying to limit yourself, but I'm saying that at least make sure that your muscles have memorized the stuff that's going to keep you productive everywhere. And then layer in the other stuff. And many people disagree with this. Most of those people are, TypeScript front-end developers and people like that who really don't care. And they're at that point, I'm like, well, use, VS Code or something, because, you really don't care about being productive on multiple systems. We actually had a guy that we hired ask if he could have the VS Code extensions added to our server, and it's like, no, dude, no. Just like, because he couldn't do anything without it. He didn't know VI, and he never learned it. And it's like, okay, whatever. So let me be real. We still have VI version 7 in production on our main systems. And I keep asking him, can you please put VI 8 on there at least? And they're like, we'll get to it. So there's a reason I'm saying these things. All right. So we got the screen stuff. One of the things about screen I wanted to test really quick. So the thing I really like about screen is that copying and pasting from the screen is the same. All right. So we haven't covered this yet, but it's this. This is one of the best reasons to learn screen and tmux, because they have been copying and pasting from. See, look at this. I'm using screen. I'm using my tmux muscle memory. This is making me very happy. It's making me very happy because I am, as far as I'm concerned, I'm still using the other one, right? Set paste, and I can copy and paste back right from the tmux. This is also why I don't use VI panes. Manual screen. Did you find the screen thing? Oh, that's a great one. Thank you for that link. We need to put that in the thing. Yeah, the screen users manual is a mandatory thing. And everything I just did right there, see how productive I was on that? Every single thing I typed is exactly the same in tmux. Let me prove it. So if I type tmux, now I can say, tmux, right? Let's go back in history and do the same thing. Let's search for RWX Rob. We'll search for RWX Rob, and I'm going to go down here. I'm going to grab out this thing. Same command, boom, boom, boom. Different little colors. Colors are a little bit better. And I'm going to make a new terminal. Same keys. I took over the command, just making a blank pane that's broken right now, but that's okay. I go to foo. I go down to the end of foo. Set paste so it pastes properly. You can put your hotkey on that if you want. And then I paste and I got the same thing. So my fingers to show at the bottom, you can change that. You can change it to the top. I just did. Yeah. LVG. Yeah, I put first line and it worked, which is kind of cool actually. Hey, look, you can run screen inside of it. Yeah, no way. I'm not doing that. Screen. See, now it's at the top. Yeah. I think about the other part. That's the part you were talking about. So, yeah. I just took a gamble. Seriously. I just took a gamble. I was like, oh, it's last line. I wonder if there's an always first line. Apparently there is. So I could not even tell you how to this configuration. Today's the first time I knew that there was a screen RC. I have never in my life used a screen RC file. I've never used one. I don't know if I even like it actually. I kind of like when I use screen that everything goes away. The problem is you forget you're using screen all the time. Yeah, you forget you're using screen. It's like if you don't have that bar up there, the annoying bar, right? So I seriously, I have never ever used screen RC. I am always just because, as I said, you just oh god, capabilities. Holy shit, that's like so annoying. But then you have to do W, right, to see everything, and I do that all the time. By the way, W is completely different on TMUX, right? TMUX W is like really full service. Look at this. It even gives you a miniature little window. Yeah, watch. You can like do fishies, and you can do Went W, and it will like free frame the fishies for you. Oh look, it's even got fishies moving. It's like multiple windows, right? Yeah, and you can write a whole new session if you want to. You can kill the whole session. This is just up and down with VI stuff. So if you get like a really complex session going on, and I do kind of have one going on, so I feel like we're kind of exhausting this topic. If nothing more, I think I've given you enough of everything to start playing with for this week. Next week we will go through officially the long form of all of those commands. So we'll start with VI. And we'll go through the VI tutorial for the first hour or two, and then we'll do TMUX, and we'll go through every single command. Screen and TMUX, and we'll go through all those commands. And we already did links today and W3M. We've covered everything you could ever want there. And once we have that done, then we're ready to start coding. And we're ready to start editing files. We're ready to start making our own configurations. And then we'll do Bash, which will probably be end of next week, or if not the week after that. And we'll do Bash as a part of the boost and cover Unix philosophy and things like that. And then we decide where to go after that. We can go straight to Python, or we can go to Go. And I've been trying to decide which one we're going to do there. Up to now, we've been planning on doing Go, but I feel like we need to do both. For the boost, I think we need to do Perl as well. So there's a possibility that we could learn all three of them at the same time. Now that we don't have a deadline, by being finished by like August 31st, we could actually do Bash for loops, and then we could do Perl for loops, and then Python for loops, and then Go for loops. We could have like all of them in one day. And one of the books that I started writing that I got very far into was called Polyglot Programming, and it was programming in C, Python, and Go at the same time. No, JavaScript at the same time. And I don't know if I want to do that, but I'm seriously feeling the pull to do that now that we have a VM that works. We could actually code. I mean, since we have 5 hours, I mean, I know it would push everything out a long ways, but we could get the basics down. We could do the basics of all of Python, Bash, Go, and JavaScript. We could do the basics of those four every week, and we could add C, but I know C is a pain in the butt. If we added C, it would just be as a method of showing you how difficult it is. C is really hard to get into for beginners because you have to talk about underlying pointers and everything. And so I don't know if we could do that. I mean, we could even, I don't know. It might be fun to do Rust actually, but I don't know how heavy that would be. I mean, Rust is still a pretty heavy language out there. People want to learn it. If for no other reason to just say this is why I don't like it, and that would be 5 languages. So we could do we could do one of each language, but it depends on how long it would take us to go. So these are all things I'm bantering around. If y'all like those ideas of learning 3 languages, in the past I've done 3 so that we don't get too bogged down in the specifics of a given language. The polyglot approach to learning languages in general, whether they be natural languages or programming, has many advantages and disadvantages. One of the biggest advantages is, of course, that you get to see the contrast between the languages. The disadvantage, however, is that it delays your development. And there's a pretty good statistics about multilingual kids. They take longer to develop language ability, but when they do develop language ability, they are fantastic polyglots who can pick up any other language pretty quickly. And I think one of the fears I have in this boost or any boost is having people like bail after learning Python or Go or something and thinking that's the only language they're ever going to use. We continue to get this problem in the community here, as well as out in the wild, where people think that they know enough of a language, they don't need to know another one. In fact, Ad the Dev Man was talking about some drama that they have that was pretty intense because a team had come in that said, we're doing this all in Java, and they had already done a big piece of it in .NET. And there was this real strife because they're like, well, we don't know it. And just this week, we're doing this API, and Swagger is very attuned to making REST APIs and Go. And so, it was the way to go instead of Python. And we had some resistance come up saying, well, I just want to make sure we're not picking somebody actually said, I just want to make sure we're not picking a language that only a few people know. And that kind of thinking is what I want to take, put directly in my sights and destroy, because that will stop you no matter what. If somebody says, we're going to do a project, you're like, I don't care. Like, what language do you want? Well, I don't care. We'll learn it. And you don't have to be, if you know how to code, then picking up another language, unless it's a real change in paradigm, like Haskell versus, JavaScript, which is pretty closer than you would think, actually. Hey, how's it going? Then, you have a pretty strong consistency there. You can go for that and usually be okay. So keep those things in mind. This week, get your VMs working, play around, practice searching for things, practice your VI survive, like minimal efforts for editing files. Practice, if you want to, practice your screen stuff. You've got lots to play around with this week. And I will be posting this video tomorrow morning. And then I'll also be posting the full week 5 video, which got truncated by YouTube, apparently, someone told me. So we will be doing that. Nobody knows me working with Erlang and Elixir all the time. Yeah. And, Erlang and Elixir are absolutely the best. Did you hear, you probably know the parasocial meta. We're kind of winding down here. If you need to go, that's fine. But this is just kind of some fun talk. Did you hear about, what was it? It wasn't TikTok. What's the other social media that Facebook bought? What was it? I know. Let's do a search. What social media platform? WhatsApp. Yeah. WhatsApp. Yeah. So I'm sure Para knows this story. I'm sure Parasocial knows this story. So the guys that wrote WhatsApp wrote it entirely in Erlang and Elixir. And yeah, just Erlang and Elixir is the favorite language that I don't know that I want to learn. Erlang and Elixir are hands down if I really dive deeply into another language, it'll definitely be Erlang and Elixir. It's the most. This is a language that was built in the bowels of Ericsson to do the most concurrent, high performance computing the world has ever known, and it's just phenomenal. And in a world where multiple CPUs is a thing, Erlang makes Rust look like a crying, tiny little sniveling kindergartner in comparison when it comes to concurrent programming. Which is what Discord discovered, by the way, when they threw Rust out and they went with Erlang instead, which nobody tells that story because that's what happened with the blog, by the way. So WhatsApp was written in Elixir and Erlang. And the people that wrote it applied for jobs at Facebook, and Facebook said, no, we're not going to hire you because all their programming was Erlang and Elixir. And so they turned them down. They never got the job at Facebook, which I think is hilarious. And then so they said, fine, we're going to make our own company. We're going to make this anyway. So they made their own company. They made WhatsApp, and they got Facebook to buy it for several $1 million. They can't remember the exact price tag. And they ended up buying their Erlang application, and they could have hired him and had him build it all for them internally, but instead they ended up selling it back to them for multi-millions of dollars. Isn't that a great story? I love that story. To me, that story is like the epitome of don't get mad, get busy. I mean, they could have like felt defeated and like, oh no, Facebook doesn't approve of our choice of languages. And, they could have like dwelt on their failure, but instead they're like, no, we're going to do this anyway. And they pulled themselves up by the bootstraps. And if anything, it motivated them to work harder. Don't get mad, get busy. They got totally busy, and the same exact company makes some millionaires for doing exactly what they told them they shouldn't be doing in the first place. Isn't that amazing? I love that story. That's a great story to end on too. So, just because you don't like something, even if you disagree with what I'm saying, I want you to challenge me. I think you should challenge the status quo no matter where it exists. But make sure that you're doing due diligence. You're not just following the herd of trendy buzzwords, and that you're actually, doing the research yourself. And you'll see, you'll be a better financial investor. You'll be a better tech, mindshare investor, and you'll just be a better person if you do your own research. It's hard. You can't always do that. You don't always have time. You have to trust people that you trust, and that's what I have you all there for. And so, yeah, that's pretty much it for today. I think you have a lot to play with this week. If anybody else runs into any problems with their VM setup, please come to the Discord and let us know, and we will continue to put the troubleshooting guide out there to keep people from getting problems. I'm going to make a plea here. I'm desperately going to need people to write timestamps for this boost session. So I haven't done any note taking today at all. So I'm really going to need help from the community. If any of you want to do that, I can pay you rep. I don't have any money to pay you right now. I'm spending it all on IRL modem accounts. But eventually, I do want to have that. If anybody wants to go through the video on YouTube and actually put the timestamps in there, they do that the community does that for Leon. And I think that's really amazing that they do that. We have a smaller community, but if anybody wants to do that, I'd really appreciate it. And then people can jump through to what they want. That's really all I have. So I'm going to be back on a little bit later today. I'm going to change the calendar a little bit. I'm going to push it back. Probably. Oh no, we're not until 8 on this. So yeah. So about 8 o'clock tonight, about 8 to 11, I'll be out, checking the sunset out and skating around again today. If you want to just hang out, if you have any questions, technical or otherwise, or you want to ask me for a story or anything like that, during my IRL streams, I'm available for that. That's why I've been streaming so much of my IRL stuff, is because I feel like I can answer them. I'm not always in the mood to answer tech questions, but I might be more in the mood. maybe if we can. And by the way, if you see any bugs in the VM, you're also welcome to add a PR request if you know how to do that. If you want to do that. So type exit on that. Type some fishies. Yes. Is there a switch to VM where Rob has to get it with image to load? Yes. We went over configs and VM links, W3M, VI, TMUX, and screen. Yeah, which is quite a bit. We went through usage mostly, right? We didn't go through the other stuff, but okay. So if you don't hear anything else today, the task and homework for today, for this week, is get the VM running in VMware. And if you don't know what that means, research it. And then play around with VI links, searching from the command line, W3M, TMUX, and screen. And we'll be going through those in depth next week, but we did kind of a survey of all of them this week. All right, I'm going to go see what my present is. I don't even know. Should we do an unboxing? I should do an unboxing. I don't. Do we have a big screen here? I don't know if we even have a big screen anymore. I think I killed my big screen. I think I did kill my big screen. Where did my big screen go? Boop, 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 do, 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 do. Nope, that's not there. That's weird. Oh no. What? Now you can see all my mess. That's voila, my computer lab while I'm in the apartment. This is what happens if you take a garage away from a guy. If you take away my garage and my computer lab, this is what you get. I am not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I don't have a lab. All right, let's go. It's time to go away, everybody. Oh. Oh. It's 1.5 meter USB-C cables for my IRL rig. There's my dirty secret, like right there. Also, those wires don't work. Those IRL antennas do not work. If you want to see, so I guess I should probably explain myself. So I have been obsessed with building an IRL rig, and I now closing in on the final form, and been buying a whole bunch of random stuff to try to make it even better. But yeah, USB-C cable. Ooh, I do like minimalism, but you know, I'm in an apartment, so you can stop watching now. This is like the after credits at the end of the movie. It kind of give you a key to what's coming in the sequel. Yeah, go away. It's time for you to go away. I love that. What's this? What is this? Oh, I don't need this anymore. This is like this ultra lame USB tester. It's so lame. This is the voltage meter you should get. You shouldn't get anything besides this. This is crap. This is going back. This is going back. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Amazon. All right, turn that. Nobody told me it was the same thing as this voltage meter. This one's way, way better. All right. Now do Smiths. Bye, everybody. All right. Where were we? Where were we? Okay. See you. Bum, 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 bum.